And the committee can go back, and I think that's it. Please, everybody address the committee, speak respectfully to us, to each other about the applications. Don't forget to use the microphone. Again, committee, don't forget to use the microphones. And I think that does it. So the first application we're going to call is Sabor. This is a corporate change, and it's item D1. Hi.
Hi.
So go ahead. Do you have
It's
any?
just a corporate change. I'm selling
Right.
the restaurant. I had the restaurant for 4 years.
Okay.
And I just find a buyer, and because I'm moving out the state, so that's the only.
Okay, and what is your name?
Alessandro Uva.
Okay. And so does the buyer have any previous history with the restaurant or anything, or?
Yes, he did. Actually, I forward to the attorney, to Max Bookman. He's gonna do the whole process for him to do the corporate change.
Okay, so all I have is his name. Does he know what stipulations you have in place? The stipulations that are on your license? How he's going to operate the restaurant, everything like that?
We did already so many meetings together, but we are just waiting for this to do.
So he's not here, the
No.
person who's taking
No.
over the restaurant?
No.
You're not going to be involved, so actually who we'd like to see is the person who's taking over the restaurant, because that's the one who needs to know all of this information.
He knows that
But we don't know that.
Okay.
So,
When I went to the office, I asked what I had to do in the meeting, and they only told me to do those papers and just bring 5 copies of each paper that I sent. I spoke
well,
with
it's
Francine.
just a corporate change thing, so it doesn't say anything about the background of this person. What is their experience running a restaurant? Do they?
He has a restaurant in Miami already.
Does he live in New York?
He's back and forth.
So who's managing the restaurant?
He's gonna do he's gonna put a manager that is gonna be 7 days a week. The thing is, when I went to the office, I spoke with Francine 3 times, and I asked what I had to do just to do this step. That is information that they gave me.
Right.
I did it, I sent it, I called again 3 times. I called this morning too. The only thing that she said to me, just bring 5 copies of that.
Well, I guess usually when this happens, one, the attorney is usually here too, and 2, the person who's taking over the restaurant or, is here, so that we know. So I'm not sure what to do with this.
The thing is, now I had to wait another month to do
Yeah.
everything.
I mean,
But I went to the office 3 times.
well,
I
it's,
called,
you have an
I-
attorney as well. I mean, all right, I don't know, this is the way this day is. No. So, I guess you can see if you want to lay it over and the committee will decide what they want. I mean, it's just very difficult for us because we have no idea who this person is, if they know the hours of the restaurant, if they know the method of operation of the restaurant. They're not here to say that they do. And you're not going to be involved anymore. So the only person who's telling us how the restaurant is going to work is the person who's leaving the restaurant, and we don't have the person who's here, and we don't have a manager, or we have nobody here. And that person who's taking over the restaurant isn't in the city, they're back and forth, so who's running this restaurant? I don't think that's an unrealistic question. You understand?
Yes,
what our
I
question
understand.
is, because you're the person who's leaving, so who knows how it's operating?
Okay, is there any other way that I don't have to wait another 30 days?
Well, it's supposed to be a public meeting, and this is our public meeting, so I'm not sure what to do with that. No. I mean, I
Yeah, I think all we can say is we appreciate your efforts to get the right information, to follow the instructions. Unfortunately, the instructions fell short, and but we'll certainly take that into consideration, that you did everything you were asked to do.
just don't, yeah.
I went 3 times to the office.
No, I hear you.
You know,
I,
three times, not 1, 3.
Can I say something?
go ahead.
It's
I
just
don't think the committee is going to vote yes unless we meet that other
No,
person. We
I
can't vote
understand.
yes.
If
And we're
it's
going
not,
to, it's
I
1 month.
understand.
It's 1 month.
But next time, when you have someone working in the office, they have to explain when you ask something. If I go 3 times to the office.
I got it. I understand.
understand. We
I don't
understand.
run the office, so this is not, I'm not in the office and I don't run the office. So I will do my best. I totally understand your frustration. I apologize for that. It's an unusual circumstance because I will just say that normally, I don't think I've ever had this before where we've had a corporate change and someone has come and the person who's taking over the business is in here. It's usually the other way around, that the person who's leaving may not be here, but I don't think I've ever had this situation before come up. So I sincerely apologize for that because I don't know what to say to you other than that. And we'll see if we'll talk about it in our business session to see if there's, but I don't see how we can make any decision without
Okay.
meeting that person, okay?
Okay.
I thought that would be easy. That's not the case. Okay. Okay, the next one is going to be Ad Hoc Collective. Are they here? Okay. I'm sorry, that one is item B1. And we've heard this a number of times, so we don't need to relitigate the
Sure.
whole thing. So go
Sure.
ahead. Go
Yes,
ahead.
we were here September 4th. My name's Laura Ryan. This is Keith. My colleague Ben was here last time. So we want to specifically address the issues from the September 4th meeting.
Yep.
The first was the signage outside, which had been removed in July. A-frame is no longer there, so
Okay.
we took those concerns to heart.
Okay.
And then the second one was clarity on ownership and principles. Keat has been added as a principal, you'll see in the questionnaire. She's the president and CEO per the operating agreement for the LLC. She has full managerial and operational authority. She's there day to day. She's really the one running the business. So we will be submitting a personal questionnaire for her for the license, so she's a principal.
Okay. Okay, and so that covered those concerns that we had. Thank you. And then the hours are 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., and then 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday?
Correct.
Oh, well, both of them should be working, but,
We might only just be open more in the late afternoon, evening, but just in case.
right, yeah, you can always,
For the license.
yeah, as long as you're not open later.
No.
Close at 10, close at 11, there's no TVs, it's background music, there is no outside,
No.
and no more than 12 private parties.
Yep.
6 tables, 12 seats, 5 at a counter. That's it.
Same, yeah.
Okay. Does anybody from the committee have anything? Do we have,
I want
Go ahead,
to be
Katie.
very clear. Marrakeet is Keat?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
okay, I think, do we have anybody from the public here to speak on this? Okay, come on up. If anyone from the public has speaker cards, please hand them to me. I think, and Nancy, I think the other one might work too, if you want to try it. see if it's turned on. There might be a switch.
Maybe that's on?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nancy Paisley, Pasley. I understand that we now have corrected a number of the issues that were a problem before. The sidewalk has been cleared. There is now an operator who is present here as opposed to absentee. But still, this is a previously unlicensed location. It really is not something we need in this community, is another license to take over an unlicensed space. And I could go on and on. You have heard this argument, and it's going to come up over and over again. I do not think, with the oversaturation of licenses that we currently have, that we should be approving a license to a new place, particularly one that has had operational difficulties before, but is even assuming that can be corrected. I have to object. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak on this? Okay. Does anybody from the committee have anything else? No. Okay. I think we're good. Thanks a lot for coming back
Thank
so many
you.
times. Yep. Okay. The next one I'm going to hear is Greed Island LLC at 61 Vandam. This is a change in method of operation. That's item A3. Is anybody here on this? Okay. Oh, it does say laid over? Okay, sorry, that's me. All right. Okay, sorry, everybody. Yeah, okay. Okay, then the next one is Train Design LLC, the Third Management LP, doing business as Pastis, 5456. Are we okay, or, yep. E5. Don't get shocked, Donna. Don't be shocked. You look surprised that I was calling you.
Hello, everybody. Donald Bernstein on behalf of this licensee. This is Pastis. I'm sure you're all very familiar with it. It's a restaurant that has been, for a number of years, jointly owned by Stephen Starr and Keith McNally, who's... Okay. Okay, there you go. But a good consultant, isn't he? And it's been operating for a number of years. When we came back, I think in 2018 for the original license, we indicated we'd be applying for a sidewalk cafe. We had one for a period of time. Things, of course, changed since then. The approved hours for the sidewalk cafe were 11 p.m. and midnight, which we've adhered to. The rules and clearances have changed since then. We originally had 42 approximately seats, and with the new clearances and the 12 feet that we're required to have, I think we're down to 26 seats. 26? Okay. I'm sorry, I just walked in and I didn't even get a chance to find my notes. There is also, we have not yet gotten DOT approval on the sidewalk cafe. We expect to get that anytime soon. We have gotten DOT, hopefully. We have gotten DOT approval for the roadway seating.
And the construction is done.
And how many seats?
32? 32 is what it
32
says on
seats
here.
for that. So this is obviously the alteration application to add those 2 spaces to the liquor license.
Okay, so the question that I have, it's nice to see the drawings finally done that reflect the 12 feet. When are you going to comply with that?
Change the seating for the sidewalk
Yeah.
cafe.
We want it to come be
Here.
heard and then
Yeah, you have to come up to the microphone. I'm sorry, it's paying.
We wanted to come and be heard, speak with everyone, and we can do that very
Because the
quickly.
community, I mean, you are sort of the stalwart of the community there, and you set the example for everybody. And so that 12 feet is, you know, give or take a little, is important for people to see that you are complying, because if you're not complying, it kind of sets the standard for everybody else. So,
Understood.
and it's going to be different.
We're prepared to do so.
Okay, I think that's all I have. Does anybody on the committee have anything on this? Well, they were coming here first. Well, they'll change it. They have to comply,
Of
so if
course.
they don't
Yeah,
comply.
of course. We're not going to remain out of compliance.
So it seems that the diagram you are presenting tonight complies with the rules that have been in place over a year. Your sidewalk setup has not complied with the rules for over a year. So our question is, when are you going to actually comply? When are you going to finally
We'll have,
show us
we'll have the additional furniture picked up tomorrow.
tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
That's great.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next one is going to be Morandi LP, doing business as Morandi, 15 Charles. This is an alteration for the open streets. E6. I'm sure it's the same.
Hello, this is Roberta Rossini Delis. I'm the Director of Operation for Keith McNally Group and Morandi Restaurant also. Here we have Keith McNally, the owner of Morandi. We applied already since 2020 and this year again for the open street for Morandi, and so we are complying and now ask the liquor authority to extend the license, and we are presenting this to your commission.
Okay.
That we already have been approved by the DOT.
By the DOT for the open street. Okay, so I have one thing on the open street, which is that there is a rule that you may not be aware of, but that is there, that's in section 111A of the liquor authorities rules, that says that a non-contiguous municipal public space, being the roadway, cannot extend further than the midline of any public roadway. And it looks like your seating is across the street from your restaurant. Can it be moved? That's not in compliance. That's across the midway. Can it be moved to the other side so it's next to your restaurant?
Definitely. We had it close to our restaurant, and the DOT told us to move it in the other side.
Yeah, that's, the liquor authority doesn't permit that. The liquor authority's rules say, for the purpose of this section, non-contiguous municipal public space shall mean, and then it goes on to other things, it says, is located in front of, behind, or to the side of the licensed premises, is within the property boundaries of the licensed premises, is extended out, or within the property boundaries of the nearest adjacent properties on either side, and does not extend further than the midline of any public roadway. So DOT may not care, but the liquor authority cares.
We are very
So as
happy
long
to
as you,
move
I
it
was
back.
afraid you had a fire hydrant or something there, so you don't, so it has to move back to the other side.
That's better for us.
It's better for us.
Yeah, it's better for you, because then you're not schlepping across the street.
Yes, yes,
Then the other question I had was the sidewalk seating. Have you applied for that with DOT?
We pay for our own backyard, is included in the rent. We own the space.
The sidewalk?
Yeah.
it's a public sidewalk.
No,
No?
no, there is a, so Morandi line, and then there is a building that extends further, and our property line is in line with the building that extends further. So our building is recessed.
So either way, you still need to file something with the liquor authority.
We have the license for the patio, for the liquor authority. We can legally serve alcohol in the sidewalk because our license included the patio, is our premises.
You still need to, let me think.
It's been that way for 18
Yeah,
years.
no, I'm just trying to, with the new rules, I believe, I thought that sidewalk was licensed.
No,
No, not, it was never had a
It's leased.
DCWP
it's
license?
leased together with the premises. And
Okay, it's not part of this application, so let me just, maybe I'll just email you and we'll just make, because I just want to make sure if you do need to do something that it's done, so it's
Definitely.
not a problem, but it's not
no,
part
we
of
will want to
this.
do the right thing,
So,
but
yeah,
we have been looking a lot into it, and we don't have to do anything with the sidewalk. That's what the DOT told us, the liquor authority. But if we have to, we will.
okay, so what you will need to do is move that seating back over, and that program is ending at the end of this month anyway, so it's
Yes.
for next year, okay.
Yes.
Brian?
Well, the application or the listing says open
Yeah, that's
streets.
all it's for.
Open street,
It's
yes.
only when that street is closed to traffic. So really, crossing the street for serving is no big deal. It's a small street.
It doesn't matter, it's part of the rules. We're
Well,
not
that's what
allowed
I
to do
mean.
it.
So their diagram showing the seating on the other side is in compliance with
No, it's not.
open
They're not
streets.
allowed. No, it's not. They're not allowed to cross the midline. They're not allowed to cross the midline of the roadway.
For when there's no traffic.
Yes. If you want to call the liquor authority and find out about that, you can. I've already spoken to them. Because I have another
Yeah,
application
it's
that had this
possible that the
issue.
DOT and the liquor authority, they have different
Well,
opinion
the
because
liquor,
the
it does.
DOT.
I just, there's another establishment in our district that has this issue, and they had a fire hydrant and cannot be adjacent to their property and cannot go across the street because of this rule. So,
Yeah. No, we
yeah,
will
I mean,
definitely look
I
into.
understand what you're
and-
saying, but you can talk to the liquor
And
authority.
next year, when we apply for the open street, we will make the issue immediately so that we know what we
And
are
double
doing.
check, yeah, it's better for you anyway, right? So-
Exactly.
It's just a safe one. So.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, okay, all right, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll follow up on the sidewalk if we need to follow up on the sidewalk, okay. You signed in, right? Yeah. We can, thank you, good to see you. Okay. Was there anybody here from the public on, there was, I don't have any sign-in sheets. Was there anybody here from the public on this? No. Okay. Okay, so then, the next one is Levanto at 1 Jane is. B4. Just to go through it up at the thing, just, why don't you just take it, Erica?
Hi there, this is Jacopo, and this is Nicolo.
Hi.
Hi, we are gonna be the owners of this new restaurant, which is called Levanto. We are from Levanto, is a town in Italy by the Cinque Terre National Park, and so we just thought about bringing our culture here to New York.
Okay. Is this a restaurant wine license?
Yeah, wine and beer only. Yeah.
Okay. And your hours?
So the hours where we actually close the doors and open the doors,
Yeah.
it will be from 11 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. besides Friday and Saturday where we're planning to close doors by 12. So closing the kitchen on 11 and expecting to have everyone out by 12.
Okay, and so Sunday to Thursday, you said 10:30, 11 o'clock is, I think, what the Block Association, you met with them.
Exactly.
And, okay. And then there's no TVs?
No.
It's background music? You're not going to have any promoted events, scheduled performances, outside promoters?
No.
Private parties?
Depend, yeah.
12 a
The
year?
private dinners is a small restaurant.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah.
So if somebody wants to do like a birthday dinner or something, yes, but it's not like a party.
So it's, but what we care about is like if you're closing the whole premises down for that,
Yeah, we
right? Yeah. So how many times do you think you'd be doing something like that about?
Not more than once a week, if that happens, like
That's a lot.
under the feast, like in December, there is a corporate party or something.
24 times a year?
No,
No, well,
Oh, per
that's,
year?
yeah,
I
so
would
that
say
would,
max like 4 to 5 per year.
so
the feast.
12, so say 12 a year.
Yeah.
That's kind of our, 12 a year.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
And then, is there any change in the facade? You're not putting operable doors or windows in?
Everything
And
gonna be closed.
everything's going to be closed. And then the outdoor, the Block Association said that you agreed to no outdoor now, or there's never going to be outdoor. I mean, you can always come back if you change your mind, but it's good. You're not intending to have any outdoor. And then the other question I have is what happened to the previous applicant that we heard? Do you have,
Yeah, this guy,
that-
Ben?
Yeah.
Sure. He had changed his mind about opening the business in the area. He had some trouble with his
Yeah.
personal investor, so he chose to sell the assets of the LLC he opened for that space.
Okay, so he has nothing to do with it anymore. You're a whole new thing going in.
We are the only owner of the place.
Okay, is your name on the lease then? Are you all signing the lease?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's it. And you did, just for the record, we have a letter from the Jane Street Block Association. They met with you. They support the application. They have something, the bar seats aren't quite figured out, but you won't have more than 8 or something like that. I think they're concerned.
Well, we will hope to have 8, but we still have to see with the architect for the ADA because we have to leave the
Right.
space for the wheelchair to get to the
So you
restaurant.
won't have more than 8?
No, definitely.
Okay, I think their concern is just making sure that it's a restaurant and not a bar.
Yeah.
And they think you'll be a positive addition to Jane Street. So that's what they had to say.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Dr. Smith, wait, hang on, don't go anywhere yet. Dr. Smith?
The menu looks great.
Thank
but
you.
I'm just wondering, can you share with us like price points?
For the-
Price points.
Yeah, we are not sure about the exactly price because we want to make a good deal for, support more the organic choice about our partner supplier. So we hope and we are sure to working about for give the, stay in the same, in the price, yeah, with the neighborhood,
And what do you think that is?
An average ticket per person, you mean? Between $50 and $60 per person?
Dinner for 2, yeah.
Yeah, $50, $60 for each person.
For each.
Yeah, 50, 60 each.
Thank you.
Katie?
What's the status of the landmark preservation? I see you don't have sign off from them, do you sign? You're in
Yeah.
the historic district.
Yeah, so
What's the story of the landmark preservation?
we sent the drawings at the beginning of this week. Since this is a very new thing, we are already paying the rent, just for the records. It's our interest to speed up the process. They still have to give an answer, but we are not gonna change anything from what was previously approved to the previous tenant.
So we'll just, the stipulation will just say that any changes to the facade will have landmarks approval, signage, and et cetera.
Sure.
That's it?
Yeah, we won't
Okay.
change anything though.
Yep. Okay. Is there
Thank you.
anybody else have anything? No? Is there anybody here from the public on this? Okay, thank you, good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. The next application we're going to go to is 50 Merchants LLC, doing business as the Commerce Inn. E12. Look in the E's, these all go down the E's. Carter Booth from the committee has joined us. Huh? Yep, 50 Merchants.
I'm Michael Kelly representing the applicant. Jody, you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Jody Williams, Williams. Rita Sodi.
So this is a municipal alteration to add our sidewalk cafe, which is 3 tables and 6 seats, all of them on Commerce Street. We'll be taking up 5 feet of the sidewalk. The sidewalk is 14 feet. There is something that juts out, a metal vent that comes out about a foot. That's why the sidewalk is 14 feet. We're using 5 and there's 8 left. You know, in the past, when they originally got their liquor license, they said they wouldn't be applying for a sidewalk cafe. That was back in June of 2019. And now we're coming back to, put it on there. This is not something that we applied last year, got a liquor license, and came right back. This was 5 years ago.
It's 3 tables and 6 seats.
Yes.
And you agree to close at 10, or?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Okay, does anybody from the committee have anything on this one?
Can you explain what the door to the west of the restaurant entrance is?
The door to the west is the restaurant door. The one to the right is the super's door.
There is a door in between the 2 tables that you see, which is a door to the tavern that's not the primary door. That would be on Commerce.
Yes, I know.
This door on Barrow. The second door, I believe you're referring to, that's a service door that we use to take out trash. And yeah, that's it at the end of the night.
There's no other tables on Commerce Street.
So where is the door to the main residence?
That's on Commerce.
It's on Commerce.
Around the corner?
Around the corner.
Okay, thank you.
Brian?
Yes, so you've had the seating on the sidewalk for the last year, or a good part of it.
I'd say a good part. Probably not the full year.
Probably not the full year. And I'm wondering if you're going to be provided, you indicate that you will have barriers, and of course it's one of our real, this is a point that we're struggling with all over the village, that the sidewalk seating is great, but almost nobody is providing the barrier to keep it from creeping out into the restricted area. So the fact that you've had seating for a good part of a year without barriers makes me question whether, in fact, you are promising to provide the barriers.
We have them now. There's a picture in that packet showing the barriers around the tables.
Well, that's great if it's
Yes.
this week, great.
No, this was a while ago.
Oh, I
You know when
don't
we
think
got the
so.
barriers?
I'm sorry, I go by there it's on my street, I go by there every week.
Are the barriers out there?
We have stanchions. We would like to make something beautiful to put out there in front of barriers. We have our awning guy working on we don't want the commercial big things. We want to do something thoughtful. I hear you. I see the need. I understand getting everybody, being an example in the neighborhood. And yeah, we need to figure something with thoughtful and intentional. And we're working on it, and we understand what why and how you want it. And, these tables there, these 3 tables on this corner don't create, they're heavier, you know what I mean? They're not you know what I mean? So, but I get it, totally understand. We're here to be cooperative, to listen,
Compliant.
to learn. Compliant and cooperative. Thank you.
Anybody else from the committee have anything? Okay. I think we have members of the public. I'm not sure if they're speaking on every one of your 6 applications or if they want to speak. Okay, so come on up. I'm just going to ask one thing because there are 6 applications for these. So if everybody could just be succinct, I'm not going to stop anybody from talking, but if you could just be succinct or agree or whatever to keep it going. And speak to, each specific application. State your name first.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Squires. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. I'm a longtime 30-plus years resident of the community, and I'm also a journalist and a longtime patron of Rita and Jody's establishments. I want to speak on behalf of all of their establishments, as I have witnessed their staff be so professionally trained to deal with the outdoor situation, with the crowds, because the restaurants are so popular. They deal with all the potential patrons incredibly professionally. They are also kind to some of our desperate neighbors. I've witnessed that personally, which I think is something that the kindness in our neighborhood is an example to be followed. I think that all of Rita and Jody's establishments are an example of how to do things in the neighborhood. They are rule followers, and if you witness their restaurants, they do everything with such thoughtful intention. They will make something beautiful, and that is just in addition to the neighborhood and the streets. Also, they keep the streets and the sidewalks and the curbsides meticulous, and they follow the rules. They close when closing hours are happening, and I'm an advocate for all of their businesses in their neighborhood. They keep our streets vibrant, and I believe help keep them crime-free as much as they can. Thank you.
Okay. If everybody could just come up and line up so we just keep it going. Thanks.
Go ahead, Richard. No,
And I don't care who goes, just go.
Hello, I'm Richard Eric Weigel. I'm president of the Grove Street Block Association for 26 years now, and a resident of Grove Street for 51 years. And I'm basically speaking on behalf of Jody and Rita's application for 7th Avenue for Bar Pizzolino.
Okay, then if you.
So I should wait on that?
Yes,
Okay,
we're taking each application
Okay.
individually,
Okay.
so everybody can speak on all of them or one of them or whatever. Thanks.
Okay, Nancy Paisley. Yes, I do want to speak on all of them, but I'll take them one at a time.
Okay, thank you.
I have to disagree with the former speaker that these people follow the rules. I will simply say they do not follow the rules. They have put in applications, and this is an example, that are nominally in compliance with the rules, but it's not what they do. There is, in particular, at the Commerce Inn, there's no barriers. There's never been a barrier. Here's what they've had. This is from this afternoon. I think
You just got to speak into the microphone.
they will do whatever they can get away with.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else on this one? Nope. Okay. Committee, anything? Nope. Good? Okay. Then we will move on. Did you want to say anything? Do you want to respond to anything? I just want to give you the opportunity to respond if you want to respond.
We're just going to make sure the barriers are up, the old barriers.
You're
that
gonna
are
make sure the
ugly
barriers-
Until they get the new ones.
They're going to use the ugly ones until they
Yes.
get the new ones. Okay. starting tomorrow?
Tonight?
Tonight? That's even better. Okay. Next one is going to be I'm going to kind of move down the street. J.M. Williams doing business as Bavette, 4244 Grove. This is to add the sidewalk. The road bed has already been added. Mike is good
I
at this. He's
appreciate
used to
everybody
this.
coming to community board and community board patience to work through this.
Well,
Really.
it could be,
Really.
you could be the last one, so there just be, so, I know, we had people here sitting the other night for.
Yeah.
So there's the sidewalk cafe alteration. Also 3 tables, 6 seats on Grove Street. We also have a conditional approval for the road bed, which has 7 tables, 14 seats at the most. The sidewalk would be taking up 4 feet of a 12-feet sidewalk, leaving 8 feet. That's basically it.
Okay, and is this going to close at 10?
Yes.
Okay, and then you also have, just for the record, you also have 10 seats in the rear yard, I believe. Is it
We have yes.
rear yard, 10 seats, and that closes at 10:30. Okay, does anybody from the committee have anything? Katie?
So first of all, not the second to last picture shows the setup which you've had, which is a bench with a table. The bench is not on your diagram. It's going to be tables with chairs. Is that correct?
Yes, well, we're looking at it as a chair.
Yeah, yeah, but in the picture, it
Yes,
has.
there's 2 benches that are there. You're correct, ma'am.
Yeah.
And it's 1 table.
Has the bench, and the bench is out.
Right.
But I also draw the committee's attention and your attention to something which I did not take a picture of, but which I was not happy with when I saw that you were moving your tables down to the, the garden wall at the
To the
next
east?
property. To the east. Well, no, those were buvette tables, which shouldn't have been there.
You're correct, ma'am. You're correct.
Yeah.
And we've ceased that. And we understand. It is clear. And Buvette has 3 tables with chairs on the application. Realistically, we can have 1 table. I know the DOT plans show that. It's 1 table and it is on a bench. And, I'm really interested in the piece and the livability, as well as being a good operator and doing good business, because that's what, we're doing a lot. But anyway.
So you're going to have the bench?
I'd rather have the bench than the table,
okay, I see.
as long as you're not eating pizza on the bench.
Oh,
But,
that's another story.
But if I have a table, it must be with chairs, as I understand you, and not a table and a bench.
Well, with the
But,
table out there and the bench, it comes out less than the 4 feet.
Yeah, it's better, I know. But,
Give us a second.
Seriously, I mean, if it's a bench and a table or chairs and a table, you need
just tell me what you want me to do.
as long as you are only in front of your space and are leaving the clear path,
About the creep, and I'm glad that's not going to happen.
We understand creep, and, yeah, so the diagram showing chairs can be chairs or bench, as long as
The
stanchions,
stipulation, I mean, you
barriers.
see what we did with the
and,
roadbed, Mike knows it will say, the stipulations will say not more than 3 tables
Right.
and 6 chairs.
Absolutely.
So
So we're less.
however, you can figure it within
And we-
those confines.
And we didn't activate the roadside cafe because.
You're going to be taking it down in a month
No, we
anyway.
didn't even.
I know,
no,
I mean, if you were
no,
to, it would be.
It just doesn't feel right, I mean, Rita and I live in the neighborhood, and we don't, the planning, it just didn't seem right to put something there. But I like, as a business person, the opportunity to say, hey, we need to do this, or you know what I mean? I'm on both sides of it.
Brian, did you have something? Or no?
Yes. I don't know if this was brought up, but to the immediate right, to the west of your seating, is there not an apartment building entrance? Which, we have, the rules are 5 feet clearance from any apartment building entrance. So I don't see how that 5 foot can be gained there.
This is Shohid, who's, yeah. Go ahead.
Just state your name and what relationship you have to this.
Hi, that's Shohid Islam. I work for that Jody and Rita, and I'm trying to be here
instead of walking all down the sidewalk, I think we'd all prefer them to use that for that, but it's
correct.
not for patrons.
No.
Okay. And that's it. I think that's all I needed to go through with that. So that keeps that, so that everybody's entering the business more on Bleecker Street on that door, and it keeps that Grove Street area quiet, aside from those tables. And those tables are for isodi, and they are not for buvette, as we are saying. Okay. Anybody from the committee have anything on this one?
Well, to pick up on a theme, where is the buvette line going to be formed so that when I'm coming from your store on Grove Street, from Cinderella's with my groceries and my cart, that I can get down Grove Street, because now we're going to be tables and a line, and where is the path for the people who have to walk there?
Well, they've been using
I know where I've been walking, but I
this
mean,
area. And if we could, we'd put barriers down here and try to keep the people within those barriers until they're full.
We've been lining people up again along the building.
it can be challenging.
No,
you know.
I understand. And,
No, they're
you know,
chatting with their friends and they're not
and
mindful.
they're on their
you
cell
know.
phone and they're taking pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand. They're lining up. And keep in mind, you know, that we don't seat big parties. We don't have groups of 5s or 10s or
still a lot
20.
of people.
We seat small tables, small things, small this. We don't want, so we have them lined up against the building. And, you know, we tell them it's going to be a long wait, encourage them to walk around. We remind them, and we can always go back and make sure that's part
Do you
of
do anything
every.
with like the cell phone, let them know when do they have a reservation? Does it no, or they just have to be waiting to get in? Sorry.
We don't do the
That-
reservation or anything like
Okay.
that there.
That's why.
So,
Yeah.
Is there a
Yeah.
list?
yeah, there is a list. We tell you how long the
But
wait
they're not
is and
gonna-
that
they don't
this
have a
and
res-
that.
they're not gonna leave
But we
because-
encourage them not to line up, and like, it's the messaging and it's the direction, it's the whole thing. And if the committee on traffic and sidewalks, I'd love to be part of that. I'd love to hear what we can do. What do you see?
She figures it out.
You know? Yeah.
How am I going to get?
Yeah, they do.
Parallel street activities, not traffic and sidewalks. But it's a good question, and I'm sitting here in my head, like, it's hard to give, for me, to wrap my head around giving sidewalk space for both tables and a line. And I live in Nolita, but like, we have Teresi, we have stores like ALD, all of these, and a lot of them have switched to, like, I know it's not as great, but text when it's ready, and that avoids the whole line. I don't understand why that's not possible here.
It's possible, but you then require a cell phone, a smartphone to go in there and eat. So you don't have to do that. You can come in. You need to do a little bit of everything so that everybody has the opportunity to use your establishment. No cell phone, no, smartphone. So you can text. Then we had, it just, I hear you. We get complaints that people, there's not a perfect answer. We'll get complaints on anything we do.
Selfies, they have their cell phone.
I think that's how we've solved it with other retailers, with pop-up spaces, with other places with narrow sidewalks where we're giving up. It's like, that's the solve. We'll trade you. I'll trade you. I'll speak for myself. You can have the tables or the line, but it's hard to give both when there's not enough sidewalk
I think
space.
that's a good point. Okay, public, here on this one. If there's more than one person who wants to speak, please come up and make a line now. Aside from Susan, if there's anyone else, and Susan, state your name again up there. I don't mean to discourage anybody from speaking, just because I'm.
Susan Ginsburg. Yeah, this line has just been a problem. COVID, and I fell and tore my meniscus and got blamed for it. So I have a particular animosity to it. And the thing about that garden door is that at the landmarks, I happened to have gone to the Landmarks Commission that day, It cannot be used for anything but emergency. They put it in. It was never there before. And the DOT says it cannot be used for anything but an emergency. The people in the garden having dinner cannot leave by that way. So that's a consideration. And it really is a problem when you have more tables and then the line. And then the waiter or the maitre d', whomever goes out and fetches somebody, we're always being tangled up on that sidewalk. And I have dogs, but now only one. So it makes it more complicated. I need more space on the sidewalk than 3 feet, period. And I don't get it. And I think that would solve their problem a lot if they have a stanchion holding the line back so that there's more room on the sidewalk. I've suggested it to them. Please put that up so that we don't trip over each other. And maybe stand by the curb instead of the building, whatever. It's a small residential street and we live here. Thank you.
So who said they can't use this door?
Landmarks.
Landmarks?
Do you remember that?
No, because I
remember them saying that it could only be used for emergencies, not for patrons.
Landmarks doesn't govern use.
Okay,
of
then maybe
doorways,
somebody
so-
called one time, it was the DOB. It's
Because
been years
I think
already.
it's an emergency exit for the
Huh?
space. It's an emergency exit for the space. That was a part of the big change.
Right,
It's my memory, so the exit from the rear, and I think the door used to open in, and then they.
There was
or-
no door.
No, there was another door, I believe.
That was a
something.
blank wall, that was a
Right.
solid wall. They put.
Oh,
that-
you know what? It was on the back to the garden that there was the change.
The one to the
But
garden.
But I think but nevertheless, they're allowed to use the door.
They're allowed to use the door where they receive things and merchandise, part of the door to Isodi. And what will the hours be for the Isodi Sidewalk Cafe?
We close at 10.
10.
When do you open? Yeah, that's,
1 o'clock.
okay.
What time?
11 for during the.
Isodi,
weekend.
at Isodi, it's
Yeah.
11 o'clock.
That's all. I want my sidewalk back so I can walk and not kill myself.
Is there anybody else here who wants to speak on this? Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Augustine Hope, West Village Residents Association. I don't appreciate that we're being lectured on the benefits of outdoor dining. We've had outdoor dining for decades in this area. We know perfectly well. The issue here is entirely compliance, and we're being driven crazy in our neighborhood by these businesses not routinely staying in compliance with the rules, not providing the clear paths, not having barriers on their setups, not serving from outside the barriers. So what we would ask is that all of these locations run by Rita and Jody be in compliance right now, going forwards until you give approval for these. We don't object to outdoor dining. We object to people being out of compliance routinely. Please get your shop in order, and then of course we'll support your outdoor dining. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes? I think that needs to go back in the thing.
Donna, can I just ask one more
Yes.
question? About the service? I mean, now not only do we have the line and the tables, but we have the serving people. And the serving people come out that door and they have to walk several feet. And then how are they serving these tables? Are they going into the space by the never to be open door and serving from there? I mean, where are the wait staff?
Serving through that way. This way they're not coming out.
No, they're not supposed to use this door. They're supposed to use this door to serve.
Why can't they use the door for wait staff?
Someone said they can't open that door.
If we didn't use the door, then we'd have waiters, servers walking up. and
Right.
down the block.
So you're using this door for the wait staff?
I would almost, if they're having seating back there, I would, unless there's some reason why that I'm told differently, that's the door I want them using, because otherwise they're
it's a mess.
congesting the whole
Yeah.
sidewalk, getting from the front door of their building, taking food out that way makes,
So they're going to be using this for service, but not for patrons?
that's what I discussed in the
Okay,
beginning.
just want to be clear on that.
Nancy?
I'll just say that like the other places, like Commerce Inn also, the only place to serve these places is from the clear path. And that's what they've been doing. And even assuming this diagram is correct, I don't see where else they can serve because there isn't room for a server inside the barrier. So this is not going to be in compliance.
Okay. Okay. It's moving. Anybody else on this one? Okay, next one is 51 merchants doing businesses via Carota. I don't know if it's correct on the agenda or not. It is item E13, and it's not La Carota, it's via Carota.
So this is a municipal alteration to add the sidewalk. The sidewalk is 11 tables, 22 seats, all on Grove Street. We're using 5 feet of the sidewalk, leaving the required 8 feet. And this one has service aisles throughout. And it will also have barriers up at all times.
Starting now. So I'm just going to say under the old, when it had it before, according to what I could dig up, it had 16 seats, so you increased the seats. I think it just had one row. I think you've added the doubling up of the tables. I think
Yes.
before it was a single row of tables sitting out this
That was
way. The
per
French,
DOT compliance. We
Yeah.
thought it was a strange request because we feel there is more sidewalk, but like I say, there's the DOT plans and then there's what we traditionally were doing and,
yeah, what you were traditionally were doing seems to.
single right up the
Right, a
behind the
single
building.
row
Shall I go back to that?
Well, the reason we put them in like that is there's an option for us if we get 4 people coming in together, we could put a table there.
Jody?
No, I mean, it's.
Mike is looking out for you, but
No, I know,
honestly,
I know,
the
it's
single
like-
row of tables.
But the DOT shows up and says, we can't have the single row. And we're like, okay, they want these double rows, which I think it's, sort of not.
It's up to you.
Well, it's just stuff. This is what the DOT told us to sit.
Sitting out.
This is what we do. So it could be a deuce and a deuce and a deuce and a deuce, right? So
Makes no sense.
do you want them, I can go to the.
I mean,
to the
to me,
DOT.
just tell me
Yeah.
something. A single row of tables, doesn't that take up?
It's the
every-
same.
was
It's sort
kind
of the
that-
same. I think DOT made
Wasn't
it one
the
extra.
Seating where the people sat against and looked out?
Yeah.
Doesn't that, and you had a barrier,
that's
because you
compli-
used to have a barrier, and it's, what's your clear?
It's compliant the way
And
we
it's
always
an 8-foot
done it.
clear path,
They
so the
just
clear
asked
path
for
there
this, yeah.
hasn't, your clear walk space on the sidewalk hasn't changed.
Right.
But why would, why? Oh, because before it wasn't the tree, before it wasn't the, it was just the tree, it wasn't the tree pit, so maybe that's might be what's impacting it.
And now it's to the edge, so that would have.
That's why we have that big opening in the middle.
Yeah.
And we use 2 doors for service. One door services one part of the cafe and. another door
Right.
services-
Right. So that, but you still have more seats according to this than you had before.
I think there's one more table.
Or so- Yeah, because my old records say 8 tables and 16 chairs. I don't, I'm just going back and pulling our old files. I haven't been on the community board for forever, so I may have missed pulling one, but that's what I found was 8 tables and 16 chairs. Does that sound, so now it's 11 tables and 22 chairs. So,
Yeah, it,
okay, because that's what
How many
they
tables?
might be
do you
sitting
have?
in there. Yeah, that's your,
2, 4, 6, 8.
1, 2, 3, yeah.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
It's because the adjacent space was
Oh, the adjacent, right, the adjacent space was added. Yeah, they took over the other space. Yeah, the adjacent space. Right, right, and then you took over the adjacent space, so now it goes further. Is that what you're saying? That's, maybe, that's,
That's what we did?
yeah, that's,
Took over.
yeah,
Yes.
yep, that's where those other 3 tables come from.
Yes.
Got it, okay. Brian?
So this diagram looks compliant, so that's great. It allows your wait staff to serve all these tables within the cafe area instead of serving from the sidewalk. So that's all we're looking for. That's great. I mean, this is what you're going to do, then I'm all for it.
And it's closing at 10 PM?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody from the public on this one? Nancy?
I don't have any pictures on this one, and I haven't been by to check it out. When I last looked, this was not the configuration. The permissible area was completely filled up with tables and chairs, no barrier, and serving from the clear path. That is what I saw. I don't think this diagram reflects reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Do you have anything to say? No?
No.
Moving right along? Okay. 52 merchants doing business as Piccolino, 52 Grove, adding sidewalk seating, E14.
This is a little larger sidewalk cafe. It's a 7 tables, 14 seats on Grove. We have 18 tables, 36 seats on 7th Avenue South. This spot's always had tables and chairs, and a lot of them. And that's where we stand.
This is 10 more seats than before.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody from the committee have anything? Anybody from the public? Come right up.
Thank you. If there was ever a place for an outdoor cafe at 7th Avenue in that spot, it's a wide sidewalk. And I will point out, you only need to look across the street to see 3 vacant places. And what happens when they're vacant? The graffiti, the litter, the vagrancy. So we are so happy that Jody and Rita have taken that space. And it does not jut out any further than the jut out from Suprema or the businesses on the other side. So it's the perfect place for an outdoor cafe. Thank you.
Next.
Hi.
Yeah.
I give you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, this one? Okay. Hi, my name is Roberta Gollubach. I've lived at Christopher and Bleecker between 105 Christopher and 95 Christopher since 1976. I am a dog walker. I'm old. I feel safe walking on Grove Street. I'm speaking about Piccolino, but I can also speak to Bouvette because I walk my dog early every morning. And Rita and Jody's restaurants make me feel safer, that people are on the street, their staff, before they open or cleaning up. I've met people who live in my building having breakfast several times a week at Piccolino. They're truly contributing a wonderful energy to the community, very much in the spirit of Jane Jacobs' vibrant neighborhood. I never feel threatened walking my dog. There's plenty of room. And I think that they make a wonderful contribution to our neighborhood.
Susan Ginsburg, again. I happen to like both bar Pisolinos, and I encouraged Jody when they took over the one that's 92, open it, open it, open it. I go to Rome, so it's like going home. But now, the sidewalks again, and now that they have people waiting, they put the waiting people for this one at 52 Grove Street at the subway grading. So you end up with 3.5 or 4 feet clear path. And I always have to ask people to move. And then some of their wait staff who think they might own the place, and I can get very upset, obviously. I'm falling. Look, I mean, I got another issue. Come out and scream at me or take my picture and say they're gonna call the police and stuff like, yes. Because I ask their patrons to please move. They're in my clear path. There's 4 feet. It's one sidewalk pavement thing. They seem to think that and this is not Jody and Rita. They don't do this. It's the people that are in charge that day who say, this is what we're gonna do. You wait over there, and I see them. You wait right here. And, you know, it's not compliant. It's just not compliant. I think what they need is someone like us who can tell them exactly where to put their tables and things and not have the people waiting. It's just hard. People have suitcases. It's a very busy street. And yes, I'm thrilled that they're there. It's a beautiful, beautiful space, and people really love it, and it's hospitable. I just want some, as Augustine says, compliance and recognition that there are these rules. Yeah, and certainly barriers, because they come out like this. There's baby carriages in the middle of the sidewalk, et cetera.
Okay. Nancy?
Well, I certainly agree that having places like this on the sidewalk is a good idea. We all welcome this kind of thing. I agree with my friend Richard and with Susan. My issue is compliance. The diagram that has been presented does not reflect what they have. What they have and have had since they've opened is very popular, okay? They've filled up the entire available space with tables and chairs. And so, of course, they're serving from the clear path. They've never had barriers. I was astounded Sunday morning when suddenly somebody got religion and some barriers sprouted, but it was kind of a joke. They're vestigial barriers. They don't even cover half of the space. The tables are still jammed in, and they're still serving from the clear path.
Yep.
As far as the lines are concerned, there is a large line. They do seem to manage it. This is a commercial street, but it is hard to get down this sidewalk. And there's no compliance here.
Okay. Anybody else?
You're gonna bring up the second Pisolino.
It's on the list.
Thank you.
At this location, we have a 20 and a half.
Well, wait 1 second before you go on to this.
I'm sorry. We didn't talk about closing times, but at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock last night,
what they
every
put down.
table was filled, and the waiters were bringing out
They're going to
fresh
either going
drinks.
to be compliant or not. I mean.
Well, you know, they say they're going to be compliant. It's easy to say that. I would ask you to balance that against actual behavior.
On this particular spot, we have a 20 and a half foot sidewalk.
Have you moved on to Officino 1397, Bar Pasolino 9275? No.
No, it's just we
We're
have a
going
large
through this
sidewalk
one.
here that's 20 and a half feet, and we're using 7 feet 6 inches, so most of the sidewalk there is 13
Okay, so what I'm going to say, because this, all your places are busy, the residential, I know this is 7th Avenue. To Erica's point, I've walked by there a lot recently. There's always, almost always, unless it's 10:30 at night, and then a line over those subway grates, something, and 7th Avenue is a really busy corridor. So there's no room between, you don't have the perimeters up. I think you will acknowledge you do not have perimeters up. You're going to change all of that. You're going to come in. But the line, in addition to the subway grates, in addition to not having the perimeters, is a nightmare on that. You can barely fit one person walking between your sidewalk cafe and the line of people. There were actually a reasonably organized line, but I think to Erica's point, something has got to be done with these lines if you're having all this sidewalk cafe and everything else on these busy streets, because it's not acceptable. Because really you're not just taking up, what you just said is blank space, Mike, is not blank space when you've got a line of people that are not in stanchions, that are sitting there waiting to get in and taking their selfies and chatting away and doing 2x2, you're left with 2 feet of a clear space, honestly, for the public to use. And that's not correct. It's just really not okay, especially, I realize this is not the residential neighborhood, it's 7th Avenue, but it's more heavily trafficked, and you can't kind of walk out into 7th Avenue to get around all these people, which is what I sort of had to do. So somehow, in this business model, you might want to look at starting the resi thing or texting people or something, because this is over and over tonight. This is the biggest complaint you have had. People love your establishments, it's the lines. And you've got 6 of them, am I right with that, or is it 5 of them, within a block and a half? So essentially taking over a block of Grove Street, turning the corner onto 7th Avenue, and that corner of 7th Avenue. And that's kind of, in a way, when you're that concentrated in that area, it's become your sidewalk with your lines, and people have to deal with it. So, needs to be figured out.
Okay.
You're going to move on to the next one now? Officina, 1397, doing business as Bar Piccolino, but I think they're both called Bar Piccolino now. Did you, the awnings say Bar Piccolino on all of them.
Yeah.
Did you change the DBA on the other one? They're supposed to be operating independent. Are they independent?
Yeah.
They're 2 separate companies, but the awning is exactly the same. This one's E11.
So if necessary, we're going to be filing a change in method of operation here. And this is for the change in the method of operation and the municipal alteration. We appeared for our on-premise liquor license in December of 2023 and did inform the committee verbally and on the CB2 questionnaire that we would be applying for a sidewalk cafe. There's historically been a sidewalk cafe at this location, Cheravicia and Panka, dating back at least 16 years. There are no other changes. This is a sidewalk cafe, 16 tables, 32 seats on 7th Avenue South. The sidewalk is 19 feet 9 inches. We'll be using 6 feet 9 inches, so there's a 13 feet left. The reason we're that small is there's a lamp post we have to be 10 feet from.
Okay, so on this one, I'm going to say that there was a whole back and forth with the liquor authority apparently on this, and that a few weeks ago, it was said that it was now understood that you weren't supposed to be using the sidewalk, but you've still been using the sidewalk every night.
Well, we're waiting to go to a hearing on that.
Well, why? I mean, you have a stipulation that says you shouldn't be using the sidewalk. You never didn't apply for the sidewalk. You didn't come back to us for the sidewalk. So it shouldn't have been being used. That's the first thing I'm going to say. The second thing I'm going to say about this one is that your public interest statement on this one said that the applicants will be opening a tapas-type tavern to complement their other locations in the immediate area. Clients coming to their other restaurants will be able to come here for a cocktail or appetizer should they be waiting for a table because of any unforeseen circumstance. This will also alleviate any clients from waiting on the street. We see no increase of the noise and traffic levels since the occupancy and music volume will be the same as the previous establishment. But you have lines all over, and this was supposed to help contain the lines, and now you have a sidewalk cafe right where people are waiting on the subway grate lines and the other sidewalk cafe. And I don't understand how this is okay when you weren't even supposed to have a sidewalk cafe there. And part of the reason I remember this meeting, I do remember, because I was on the committee then, and this was supposed to alleviate all of the problems that you have heard on all of these other applications. This is the place where everybody was supposed to go for that. And now you're putting 32 seats out on the sidewalk adjacent to a place that has another 50 seats and a line. So I'm just trying to understand how this helps the congestion on the sidewalk. I just would like an explanation of how this one helps the congestion on the sidewalk.
It's bringing more seating in for people to sit at, so they're not standing.
So that then they can wait on this subway grate, behind the line on the other subway grate, to get into this place as well, because all of your places, credit to you, are very, very popular and successful. But this is really causing a problem for all the other people that need to use sidewalks. And without seeing, this was the problem in 2023 when you came here, which is why it said that this would be, part of the reason of this would be to alleviate the crowds on the sidewalk. And none of that has helped from what we're hearing tonight. The biggest multi-pronged commitment to getting it right. I don't want to harm or be a nuisance in this community to anybody there. Committed to figuring all this out. I don't understand the issue at Bar Pizzolino when we're speaking about as we shouldn't be there on the sidewalk. Because you had a stipulation that said, I believe the stipulation says, will not operate a backyard garden or any other outdoor area for commercial purposes, including any sidewalk cafe and or roadbed seating. That's what was signed in December of 2023.
Yeah, this was during the COVID era. We did bring up that we're going to have a sidewalk cafe.
But you didn't
there.
come back for a sidewalk cafe.
But that's what we're here for now.
I know, but you've been this is the stipulation that's in place with your liquor license at the liquor authority. That is the stipulation that is in place there. So, so that's what that means, is that you're not supposed to have the outdoor seating. I mean, at that address, you're not supposed to have the outdoor seating. And, you know, I don't know that anybody, the only reason that I know this was an issue is because they reached out to us to find out what the stipulation was.
Yes.
So that's how I know about this. That's the only way I know about this. And I sent them the stipulation and I said, this is what it is. And until they come back to us, which they're scheduled to do, this is the stipulation that's in place until we do something else to change it. And they said, yes, they have now affirmed that they are not supposed to have seating out there. That's not going to be happening. And then I walk by and it's happening. And then I walk by a week later and it's happening. I am only telling you what I was told.
I never had, I mean, I need to really understand this and speak correctly to this, because 17 years, we wouldn't risk doing something so egregious as this. Lines, congestion, all this, hours of operation. We wouldn't be in this position. There's something I don't understand about this. I believe there are 2 stipulations for this.
No. No. You have modifications that you signed with the outdoor dining working group about moving chairs around. That has nothing to do with your liquor license. That has to do with the setup of your tables and chairs once you're finally approved. That's what that has to do with. And that was the confusion, apparently. And
because we're
then 2
always
weeks
talking
ago, they
about
said that you accept that you are not supposed to be out there.
Listen, if I say, I want to get this right, what do I need to do?
This is what you need to do to get it right, but I'm just saying.
Because there's a lot of misinformation or something.
It's not misinformation. You have stipulation that says that you're not supposed.
So the alteration's going to be filed tomorrow. We were waiting until after this hearing, as well as the change of method of operation.
And,
If
right,
the
because
SLA
that's the other
requires that.
thing, because it also says on the stipulation that you will be filing for a change of method of operation prior to submitting plans for any sidewalk, roadbed, or other outdoor seating. So that's what all of this said. So that one, I'm just saying, this is, right, which Mike does, right, exactly. So this is still just an alteration application and not a change of method of operation. Well, but no, he did, Mike, you did send in the change of method of operation on this one. It's in, right. I'm just saying, he did send that in this week or last week or something.
Yes.
It's a change of method of operation. So I guess, yeah, but we don't have anything. It's not listed, so we should hear it. Yes. So we're hearing a change in method of operation to add the sidewalk seating. That's a modification.
So I'm just trying to, so what is listed on our agenda is only, is for the expansion onto municipal property. However, Donna is saying that you submitted a notice for the change in method of operation. I would like to add that to the agenda and put that so we're actually hearing that now. Is everybody on the, Donna, I'll let you.
Yes. Is everybody okay with that? And so everybody has seconded that?
I do, I'll talk to you about it.
Yeah, just so briefly, so the alteration that we're hearing for all the outdoor areas doesn't change your stipulation. It's just to add municipal space, but your stipulation says that you won't do it. So we have to have a separate application to hear that. It's a separate form that gets filed, basically. So we've just agreed that we'll hear that now as well, even though it's not on our agenda, so that this can be resolved. We could just, yes.
I did
resolve
submit a
it.
package for it too.
You did,
Well,
okay. It's not on this agenda.
No,
Right,
I was told to send in the change of method of operation,
right.
so it was.
So, and I didn't check it, so, okay, so whatever. So you sent it in, and so now we're hearing that, which is basically
Same
the application we have before us. And to close at 10 PM, but
I'm just confused because I'm not understanding what our issues are here as far as evaluating what we have that's before us. Meaning the.
I think.
The plans, whatever. Is there some, I'm just trying to understand. I'm also a little confused, not on the technical part, but
We're trying to be okay with having them add the sidewalk cafe. Isn't that what we're trying to accomplish in the change of method of operation?
And so then the other question is just when will it operate? That
It will-
is not in the existing stipulation.
Right, so, okay, so
I'm
they're
just
saying
trying to
that
ask
they,
what-
so what they have down on this form is that Monday through Saturday, they operate from 8 AM to 10 PM, and on Sundays, they operate from 10 AM to 10 PM in accordance with the dining out rules, because you can't open earlier on Sunday.
Correct.
Is there
And that-
anything else that we need to know or ask in order to consider the other application that we haven't reviewed yet?
It's 16 tables and 32 seats. There will be stanchions. There will be no music.
No.
There will be no
No.
bus stations outside.
No.
Is there anything else we need to know? And it's, I mean, it's basically it's the diagram that we have before us.
Yes.
So it's the seating that we have before us. And that's it. Is there anybody from the public, does the committee have anything to? I'll go.
Okay, I do have.
Go ahead,
I
let
have,
Katie go first, and then you can go.
Having been on this committee for a long time, and Carter may remember this too, that when you were expanding on the Via Carota, we gave you another storefront, used to be a soap store, so to take the overflow. Every time you've come, and this isn't your fault, but I just want to point out, this is not the first time that you've come for overflow space, and actually it's created more demand for your product, which is a tribute to you, but it's been a little bit difficult for the neighborhood because we thought we were getting something corrected, and it just led to more. But I do want to understand, I see the Bar Pizzolino menu here, and you say you're a tavern with tapas, and it's just a very, is this the same menu in both places? It's a very, I don't know, a tapas sometimes seems more,
I think tapas is probably used as a generic word for small plates, panini, cheese.
so this is it.
Yeah, breadsticks, bacon.
Yeah, no, I've been to your place, so this is it. Okay, thank you. But anyway, I think that it will be my comment in the business section that we do really need to work out the line situation. Maybe we need a conversation, a less formal conversation, and talk about it in more detail and come back here with some more solutions for your overwhelming success in our neighborhood.
Anybody else? Okay, go to the public.
Good evening. I'm Hillary Sobel. I've lived in the West Village for nearly 40 years and seen it go through a number of changes, and I've known Rita and Jody and been a patron of their restaurants since their inception. I've known them to be thoughtful, honest, good neighbors, individually and in their businesses. And when I wait for a table at Isodi or Via Carota, I am waiting at the new place. The addition of Bar Pizzolino at 92 7th Avenue South, along with the other businesses that Rita and Jody own, have creatively revitalized the areas often overlooked. And I just want to impress upon you all that they ought not be penalized for their success in developing the neighborhood. 7th Avenue South on the east side, as you've heard, has several vacant storefronts that have been vacant for years, since before the pandemic. And it's a substantial stretch of that block that looks dilapidated. By contrast, on the west side of the avenue, where they have Bar Pizzolino, there is a sense of elegance and a casual space where the community, neighbors, and visitors can have an opportunity to relax. It's really a beautiful space with more than sufficient space to navigate without walking interference. I'm there all the time. I live in this neighborhood. The only place I eat are their restaurants. So I see it all. And so I'd like to offer my full support for their application. Thank you.
Lori, did you give me a speaker card?
I did. It was originally for office.
Okay, all right, so it's in here somewhere. Okay, okay, great, thank you. Yep, yep. Nancy?
Okay, one more time, it's compliance. This second piece of lino never had barriers. Well, no, that's not true. In the cold weather, they had side panels that were bolted to the sidewalk, but those were removed when the weather warmed up. From that day until Sunday morning, there was nothing. All of a sudden, there's some half-baked barriers.
I mean, I will say, they didn't want to do those barriers, give them credit at least for putting out a barrier.
Be nice if it covered the entire area the way it's supposed to. And it looks to me, without counting the chairs here, this is with the, well, they're still serving from the clear space, of course. And they've got more tables and chairs in here than are on the diagram. And if more people come along, they just put out more chairs and more tables, they fill it up. My observation of the line, which they do try to control, is that it serves both of the Pisolinos. There's a line manager, and if they're standing up at the Grove Street corner and there's a free table opens up at the establishment farther south, he will wave them down. So they're operating together. This is not an overflow. This is a single bar. And there was somebody there before on the sidewalk. This side of the street, at least, has not been derelict. I don't know why these people cannot comply with the rules. They are wildly successful, beyond the dreams of anybody else. They don't need an extra half hour. They don't need an extra 3 tables to make the rent, unlike some of the places that are going to tell us that they're struggling and need some additional leniency. They simply don't want to comply, so they don't. They do what they please and submit diagrams that are kosher. So I don't know if that allows you to turn them down when you say this is not what they actually do. I will have to leave that to the committee, but I have to oppose all of these applications unless and until they can get themselves into real compliance. Thank you.
Augusta?
Yeah, I'll second Nancy on this one. They're supposed to have been in compliance since the 1st of November 2024, and they haven't been on essentially all their properties. We have no interest in punishing them for their success. We actually really love their restaurants. That's not the problem. The problem is, how do we get compliance? SLA has no enforcement capability. The DOT does not seem to be very interested in enforcing the regulations. So I think what we'd like you to do is ask them to table this for 30 days and come back and show that they've been in compliance and get in compliance now. And then we can all agree that this is in compliance. This is what it looks like. This is how it works. The lines have been dealt with. The barriers are in. Servers are serving from inside the barriers, et cetera, et cetera. We have the full 8-foot or 10-foot clear path as it applies. And we've seen it for 30 days. I think if you approve this now, there is no opportunity to make sure that this gets done. These are great businesses. They can operate professionally. They can operate in compliance. Let's just ask them to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to bring up that the SLA isn't doing enforcement on this, so they are doing their job. There's a disciplinary case pending before the Liquor Authority right now.
As you pointed out, Carter, they're not required to do enforcement as part of their job.
No, but there's a disciplinary case pending right now that they're hearing at the Liquor Authority because the Liquor Authority has done enforcement at this location.
There's one disciplinary case?
Yes, that's what we mentioned earlier. No, but there's with this application, obviously there was a complaint and the liquor authority has been pursuing the case. And that's what they said, that they're going to hearing on it. So it's not
They haven't done
educated
anything at
yet.
Wild, they haven't done anything at Bartuzzi, they haven't done anything at,
I'm just correcting that for this case, there's a disciplinary. But nevertheless, that's the one we're talking about right now, and they did do enforcement.
I'm looking at the picture. I think this is like the one place that is in compliance with the plans.
I think,
I do see a waiver on the outside. I don't know if that's
so,
the guy pushing people into the tables, but
I
I have
just,
to give the manager credit.
totally heard. And Susan, your points, Nancy, your points as well. And when there were posts bolted into the ground because we think that's what you're doing, because that's what we did for 5 years, we removed them. They aren't there. So there is a history of complying, learning, and changing, and training, and this casual, you're going to stand here and serve? No, you're going to stand here and serve, reining in. Stanchions, they're needed, they're coming. And even if it's TSA temporary things and training, we understand we do have a history of listening and trying to do our best and managing lines. And this is important to hear everybody's opinion on this and say, okay, it is a moment that we figure it all out. We're committed to that. And the actions, I believe, show that. I appreciate everybody's time.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything? Okay.
I will be talking to Jody about the texting and reservation
Yeah.
systems and seeing if we can come up with something.
Something that keeps the ambiance of the type of establishment you want to have, but alleviates the lines.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we made it through that. Okay, the next application is MJ Execution LLC, doing business as Aperitivo by Carta at 101 West 10th Street.
That's me as well. No, I'm joking.
I was going to be like, no. Okay, at least we still have a sense of humor. This is, yeah, B6. Thanks, guys. Assuming everything's the same, so. B, I think. B as in boy, 6.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eleanor Shotton. I'm an attorney with Pazetsky and Bookman, and with me this evening are the owners and operators, Marcella and George. We're here for a tavern wine license at 101 West 10th Street. This is Aperitivo by Carta. They do have another location, which is Carta. What? What's the address? 35 Bedford Street. This is an all-day cafe serving coffee, tea, and pastries in the morning, then transitioning to lunch, and then later in the evening offering wine, beer, and small bites tapas plates. There is no outdoor space involved in this application. It is recorded background music only, and we are looking for 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to midnight Friday and Saturday, and 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Sunday. I'm happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Sorry, 3 tables, 6 seats, 29 seats altogether inside?
Correct.
And
It's a small space.
And there is no intention of the outside? I'm just trying to,
There is no intention for
not
outdoor
that you may
seating.
not change your mind at some point, but it's not just that you're not applying now. And private parties, how many? It says, yes.
Likely once a month.
So 12 a year?
12 a year.
Okay, and this is a previously unlicensed location. I don't know, do you know, was it a kids' clothing store or
So it
something?
was a
And then
retail store for quite some time,
Yeah.
and then most recently, it was an alcohol-infused ice cream shop. They weren't required to have a license because the AVB was low enough that they weren't required to be licensed by the authority.
Okay. And it's just background music, et cetera. Okay, I think.
Correct. And they also are installing additional sound paneling, just for additional soundproofing for the space.
Okay. Anybody on the committee have anything on this?
Yes, I do have, is there any access to the rest of the building through the basement?
No.
It was not clear on, okay. And is there, do you have a C of O? What's the status on the C of O?
I believe there's a letter of no objection, so 74 persons, but will never be that number of persons in the premises.
Did you put that in the packet?
I did not prepare the packet, so I don't believe we turned it over, but we're
Can
happy
you,
to.
can you just get us that?
Okay.
No problem.
Yeah, we need it.
Okay. Is there anybody here from the public on this application? Nancy?
Yeah, I think I
Yes,
did
yes.
put in a card.
Yes, you did put in a card.
As we have been told, this is a previously unlicensed location. I don't think the ice cream store is any major loss, but before that, it was a nice little children's boutique, the kind of independent retail that this neighborhood used to be known for, that has given this neighborhood what little remains of its personality. I'm not familiar with the Bedford Street operation. I think that's a troubled block, but I'm not that familiar with.
I think from what I looked at the map, well, one, if you're not familiar with it, that's good. In this committee, that's good. For you, that might not be good, but here, that's good. I think it's north of the block that is more of the issue. And it's north of Carmine. Right.
Drawing a blank.
Right, that's.
Maybe that's good. But I really have to say to the committee, we do not need another licensed premises in an area that is super saturated, that's taking up unique and interesting retail and taking up space. Next door is the shoe repair guy. Is he next? What's going to be left? Nothing but bars. I wish this committee would take a stand on withholding approval of previously unlicensed spaces. I suppose that's too much to ask, but I'm going to keep asking it. Thank you.
I was just going to say though, but that's not part of the standard for reviewing these licenses. There's no public interest element.
It
There
only
isn't-
applies to
it's
full
not a
liquor
re-
licenses.
Yeah, it only applies to full liquor licenses.
It doesn't
It's not
apply
a
to beer and
requirement
wine.
here. If there are issues, we're certainly, and you hear us all the time, address the issues, but for beer and wine, there's no public interest standard. So we address any concerns, which is why we go through this process, but you know, whether it should be, the license, they're going to have a temporary license, as you know, because there's no public interest standard. It doesn't go before a 500-foot hearing, et cetera.
Yeah.
Got it. Anybody?
I just wanted to ask what community groups you reached out to, because there is an active block association there with Robin
So we
Felsher.
did reach out, we did do significant public outreach. If you
No,
look
I
at
asked if you spoke to Robin Felsher of the local block association. There's a block association, it's not on this list.
The West 10th, what is it? Robin is the Greenwich Avenue, West 10th and Greenwich.
Yeah, Robin Felsher.
Right, West 10th and Greenwich neighbors.
I mean, we reached out to all of the block associations that were listed on the application or on the CB's prepared list of block associations to reach out to. We only received, I think, one response, and it was just a resounding, we don't support unlicensed premises. I'm not sure what more outreach we could have done.
Oh, this list is not complete because you didn't, I'm on it and you didn't send it to me, okay. Oh.
Any other questions?
Nope,
Nope.
I don't think so, right? No.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. The next one is going to be Realmuto. And that, are they here? You're here? Okay. That's C as in Charlie 1. Anything different? No, everything's the same. Okay. Okay, thanks.
All right. Hi, everybody. Matt Colton with Helbron Levy here with Realmuto 117 7th Ave South. I have the operator Andrea here with me. This is an upgrade class change application. Nothing is changing from the current method of operation that they've been operating under. They've been on a beer and wine license since July of 2024. I can run you through the current steps. Sunday through Wednesday, they're 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. Thursday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Friday, Saturday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. This is a 1,400 square foot location.
We did update those time. We close at 10 p.m. We did. Sorry, those are not the correct time. We close at 10 p.m. We did the agreement last time that we have the community board
That's
meeting.
for the outside.
That's just for outdoor dining. Your sidewalk cafe closed at 10. All right. So 1,400 square feet. Inside, we have 26 tables, 52 seats, 1 bar, 5 seats, and then the sidewalk cafe that we just alluded to that we came before you guys not too long ago is 22 tables, 44 seats. For outreach, we have about 50 signatures that are included here, and again, nothing is changing from the current operations. This is an upgrade from beer and wine to full liquor.
Okay, I have one question on this that you may have to get back to me on, but
No problem.
the whole space is licensed, correct? The
Correct.
whole premise is licensed. So do you have a rough idea of what the square footage is of the actual sort of more, because it's all the gelato, pastry, sandwiches, kitchen,
The
all
like
of
back of
that.
house
So,
kitchen
right.
area?
So what's the like the square footage of the actual restaurant live area that
do you have a rough
patrons,
square footage of the
you know,
whole
where
thing,
where the
including the
seated
kitchen?
patrons are?
Yeah, we can absolutely get back to you on that.
Could you get back to me on
1,400
that? Because I'd like to just know that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to guesstimate here because it is a quite. It's
I mean,
it's
it
a
looks
large
like
space,
it's
but it's
a-
also shaped strangely, so I don't want to.
Right, exactly, exactly. Okay. All right, that's all I have to say. Go ahead, Brian.
All right, just a couple of points on the application where you list that it's located in a historic district. You have that marked yes. The next line is, if yes, have all exterior changes, been approved by LPC. You do not mark any yes or no, but you say explain, and it's an NA. And then the next line is, you do have, I'm sorry, will any outdoor area or sidewalk cafe be used for sale or consumption of alcoholic beverages? You mark that no.
Okay.
So do you plan to do so?
Yeah, so we do have an outdoor dining cafe. The reason that we marked the landmark changes as NA is there is no changes. For this application, there are no changes happening to the facade outdoor space. This is simply an upgrade from beer and wine to full liquor. So the reason, we are absolutely located in a historic district, but we had put NA because we're not requesting any changes to the facade here.
Okay, so I think then to the next question, to Brian's question, I think you either just made a mistake or it does say, will any outside area or sidewalk cafe be used for the sale of consumption? And you say no, but then you said DOT approved sidewalk seating.
That
So you
seems to
mean
just be a
yes.
clerical error. We can submit a copy that checks yes,
I
that's no
mean,
problem.
You were just here in July for that.
Correct.
So that's a yes. Anything else?
Well, so then, please correct the statement about all exterior changes have been approved by LPC. If
Well,
you-
they haven't, I mean, putting the sidewalk cafe out doesn't need LPC.
You have to get a clearance from LPC that you're, you have to get clearance from LPC no matter what. It can be a no effect or.
Yeah, for that.
Yeah, this is just reflecting this application, which is to upgrade the license. We're not changing anything. We're happy to write whatever you want us to write, but I just want to be clear that we're not changing anything. Nothing needed to be approved by LPC, because this is not the original application. This is just an upgrade.
I do believe, since I've worked with LPC a lot, the answer would be yes.
Okay.
You have gotten any changes approved.
No problem.
In the past.
Yeah,
You've already got them approved. That's fine.
Okay.
I mean, that's your statement.
No problem at all.
Do you have anything, Katie?
Yeah. Can you say your name again, please? Yeah, what's your name?
My name is Andrea Marchese, and I'm the general manager of the business.
Well, are you a principal?
No, I'm the general
No.
manager of the business.
What do you?
He came before us in July as well.
Francesco, the principal, is here as well, but Andrea.
Okay.
Yes, I remember you.
Andrea speaks more to operations, which is why we thought it'd be best that
fine.
you
That's
sit up
fine.
here.
I'm glad that Mr. Realmuto is here.
Yep.
Okay, and as our private party business plan, did you have an agreement before? How many private parties a year?
Donna, I'm not positive what we originally agreed to. We typically do about 15.
I have that the doors close at 10 o'clock. Let me just, the exterior seating closes at 10 o'clock. I don't think we had a stipulation on the private party, so how
We're
many
happy to make
private
that now.
parties?
Typically 15 a year, roughly once a month, 15 a year.
15.
Okay.
Great.
Okay,
Okay, all right.
thank you.
Anybody else on the committee have anything? Dr. Smith?
You have point.
Have to hold it right up in your face.
Okay. You have an extensive menu, I'm noticing, but what about price? You have no price points listed on
So
them.
if you're taking a look at the restaurant side, we just a casual restaurant in the West Village. So we're talking about starting from $40, $50 per person. That's we got the whole menu that goes from pasta, from pizza. So it's up to people, but yeah, it's reasonable price point. And then we have the cafe, which is more like stop and go and getting. They can have a breakfast, they can spend a little bit more, they can have tea or a little coffee break, or they can purchase a cake to go. So it's really up to the customer. We do have wine. It's all Italian wine list. We don't have a crazy expensive wine. We do have a couple of wines to make a great wine list, but we're talking about starting from $65 up to, I guess, like $250, $300. That's the max of the bottle that we have. Yeah. Welcome.
Anybody else on the committee? Okay, I'll go to the public. We have a few people on the public that want to speak on this.
No problem.
Augustine Hope, West Village Residents Association, and this is for you, Carter, because the last application you brushed off, it was only a wine and beer, therefore we couldn't challenge it as being previously unlicensed. So this application is a perfect example of why the ABC law was created and the 500-foot rule was created. Was to tamp down on saturation of licenses in a given area. So we'd opposed this license originally as it was a previously unlicensed space, but we had to go along with it because it was only a wine and beer application. Now it's becoming an OP application, and I'm afraid we're going to have to vigorously oppose it, and we're going to vigorously oppose it here, and we're going to vigorously oppose it at the ALJ, at the 500-foot hearing, and we're going to vigorously oppose it at the State Liquor Authority, and if we have to vigorously oppose it beyond that, I'm afraid we'll have to. The reason is that the West Village has become completely oversaturated. I think you've heard me say this before, but we had, when I raised my kids here 25 years ago, we had 1 in 10 retail spaces was licensed. In 2025, it's 1 in 3. And on top of that, we're getting the proliferation of the outdoor dining as well, which again redoubles the problem. So somewhere, somehow, somebody has to draw a line in the sand. And if that has to be us, let that be us. We do not need another OP license. There are already 44 licensed premises within 500 feet, 2 minutes walk of this location. This is a large location. Whatever they're doing now, their successors could be just about anything with an OP license. And we have all sorts of examples of people that do not work in this neighborhood because of their OP license. So we're asking you to deny this on the basis of saturation, not because they're a bad business. We quite like them. We like their gelatos, and we'd be very happy for them to continue selling gelatos and sweets and having a restaurant, having a wine and beer license, fine. We can live with that. And there is other Italian restaurants like Malatesta that are doing fine with a wine and beer license. They do not need an OP license to survive. We actively don't need any more OP licenses in our neighborhood. Please, previously unlicensed space, this is not in the public interest. We challenge them to prove that it's in the public interest in front of an ALJ, in front of the SLA. Prove that this is in the public interest. This cannot be in the public interest to have 45 licenses within 500 feet. Please deny this outright. We cannot challenge it every step of the way unless you're prepared to take a stand on this one. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to ask a number of questions. As far as you know, have they obtained all their necessary permits and licenses? Is there any impact on the parking in the location? Is there an impact on the existing noise level? Are there any history of criminal activity or ABC violations? Is there anything else? I mean, just saturation alone is not typically something that the board has
That seems to be what the
taken a
ABC
position.
law is
And,
about.
well, I just read you all the other elements of the 500-foot rule.
Well, we can add traffic, we can add noise to it.
Well,
absolutely.
I'm just saying, these are all things that they may consider. Not, it's usually, in practical real-world experience, a patina of all of these issues. Now, I think in the submission that you guys made, which is also, there's some issues there that aren't as fleshed out that I think are also very real, which is what they represented to you in exchange for the original support, because had you known they'd gone here, you may have had other issues. So I'm just saying that just saturation alone hasn't in our board's experience resulted in very much.
I'm not a direct
so-
neighbor of them. I'm on Hudson Street. I have my own problems, okay? The reason I'm here tonight, I'm representing the West Village Residents Association. Leslie Clark has to be on the West Coast with some problem in her family. Elizabeth Zabel was here. She's a direct neighbor. She had to leave. She's feeling faint. There's something going on in the atmosphere here. She had to leave. I have to speak on her behalf, okay? I think these are all good questions, Carter, and yes, I'm pretty certain, but I want you to hear it from people who live directly above and next to this. So we can get back to you on that if you want, if Leslie hasn't already said it in her letter.
Okay, are there more people from the public here? Nancy? Oh, go ahead, come on, go ahead.
Hi, I just want to let you know.
Your
I am
name?
not a ringer
Just-
that's being paid by this restaurant to come and speak. I've lived as a West Villager, 58 years here, and I was a founding member of the Christopher Street Block and Merchants Association. So I'm addressing these issues, and I understand some of the issues that individuals might have about a full liquor license. But the fact of the matter is, since they opened, I have occasionally, my wife and I, gone in there. And if you want to see principals that stay in compliance, go visit their restaurant. They have stanchions up, they have planters, they never have anybody serving from the sidewalk. So they do that, they're not loud. I can attest to that. You can see also the loudness and non-compliance sometimes of full liquor licenses that are further down on 7th Avenue than they do. If you grant this license, they will be as respectful with a full liquor license as they have been in the past with the license that they have. They are responsible principals, and I have never, even when I've not been in there, gone by and saw anything going on, let's say in the outside area, that would be intrusive or anything like that. So I would fully support the granting of this license and not put them in a position just because of saturation.
Just do me one favor and state your name.
Steve Gold.
Thank you. Next up.
Well, I can't, is this working?
I don't know. Tap it and say up top. It has to be up top. At the very top of it is where you have to tap, not on the side. It's working. You just have to speak right into the top, like that.
Okay,
That's-
there we go. Well, I can't quite match Mr. Gold. I've only been here for 54 years, so I'm, I guess, more of a newcomer. I oppose this application. I second what Augustine has said and what Leslie has said. I don't need to go over it again. A couple months ago, they were here on the application for the sidewalk seating, and I supported that. And I still support it. It's a very nice and well-run sidewalk. I understood that that was going to be the end of it, and that there was not going to be an upgrade application. Maybe I was mistaken, maybe I was naive. Here they are for an upgrade. When we met with Andrea, we were not able to meet with the principal, but we met with the manager. And he told us in so many words that the reason they want the upgrade is so they can make more money. There's supposed to be a public purpose for a license. This is not a public purpose. This is a private purpose. When this building was built, and it's relatively new, it was a supermarket. It was a supermarket that was well patronized. I shopped there. A lot of people shopped there. That's a public amenity. Another licensed premise, however pleasant, is not a public amenity at this point, and this place is a very, very large space, capable, not under these gentlemen's auspices, of course, but under their successor being turned into something like a nightclub. It just shouts for that, and we feel that this is not an appropriate situation for an upgrade, and ask that you look hard as to whether there is a real public purpose here. I don't believe there is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
Hi. Kathy Ornson.
It should bend, Kathy, or you can turn the dot.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
I got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Kathy Ornson, Central Village Block Association. CVBA agrees with West Village residents and their opposition to a full OP license for Realmuto. I'm just going to bring out 2 points, that it is a really large space. And once the space is granted an OP, then that's it. You know, and if they
I'm not saying I want them to go out or be sold, but if it is, we may have a huge problem. This is a very big space, and it could be turned into anything. The other, I wanted to bring out the point that the current steps were not observed this summer. The doors and windows were open during the summer while the air conditioning was on inside, and plus it was extremely noisy. So for these reasons and the ones already stated, CVBA opposes this OP license. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Catherine Sharp. I live on West 10th Street. I've lived in the West Village for 30 years. I've lived on West 10th for almost 15. And recently we've had 2 restaurants on West 10th Street close. We had Carriage House, which had a full liquor license shut, and also Bell Book and Candle. And since then, we've had a lot less foot traffic on my block, and we've had an increase in junkies and homeless and all sorts of activity at night. I would much prefer if those 2 restaurants had remained open. I would love to see Realmuto be a success. I go there very often with my family. I brought cousins from Sicily there. We all really enjoy it. It's an upscale restaurant. It is not a rowdy establishment. It's on 7th Avenue, which is a noisy strip. Comparing Realmuto to, Galway Hooker is like apples and oranges. I find it to be very elegant with a fantastic pastry shop. Gelato is very family friendly. I've gone there with kids, little kids. We go there in the afternoon. I'm really happy it's open, and I want it to be successful. So to me, I have no objection as a resident of the area, because my street, West 10th, is not as nice as it used to be. We've got junkies on the corner at 21 Greenwich Avenue. There's more scaffolding going up on Waverly, and we've just lost 2 businesses. So I would love to have the corner be successful, to be open, to be vibrant, and I think they're a really good neighbor.
Thank you.
So that's all I have to say.
Thanks. I think that does it for the public.
Can I just one
Yeah,
last,
2 of you can.
just one last thing about the open door during the AC. This is not true. I'm the manager. I'm the one operating every day over there. Every time on every day we have a stipulation that we can keep the door open during the summer. The only part is when it's very hot and the AC is on to close the door. But we never use the AC when the door were open. Sometimes, we make decision when we do operation because of the spaces look beautiful. So not when it was very, very hot, but when it was hot, we made the decision to leave the door open and let the people enjoy, a little bit of the warm weather instead of keeping the AC and close the door.
Okay.
The only point I wanted to touch on was I just wanted to ease concerns about the size of the space. I know on a diagram there is a lot of back of house, and it will 100% get you that measurement. But in order to turn that into usable patron space, it would take a major alteration and a lot of construction. There's kitchen equipment, there's counters. We would have to come to you guys for any sort of change like that. And it is absolutely not in the plans, but I just wanted to kind of put that at ease that this is not on that application. And anything like that would obviously have to come before this board.
Yeah. Anybody? Go ahead.
I just want to make one comment.
Sure.
Since we're in a contest about how long we've lived here, I've lived here for 47 years. And at one time, that was a full operating bar with live music, Texas-style music. So it has had this kind of use in the past before the current building was built.
Thanks, Katie.
You're back and forth with the neighbors because they're saying you guys came and you weren't going to apply for a full liquor license. That's a very valid comment, and that's why they supported you. You had their support before, now they're not supporting you. So what's the story there?
Andrea, you want to?
So pretty much before we came over here, as you know, 2 months ago we came over here just to be in compliance. It's a new business. We've been operating since 1 year. So of course you do a stipulation involving the community board and involving as well the block association. I was not the manager at the time. I was the manager that took over after that. And yeah, I think to be a nice neighborhood, we had a meeting with them, try to say what we would like to do to obtain the full liquor license. They told us that they're not going to support, but we're still here and trying to prove our point and then to get the full legal license.
But you aren't the principal, so can we hear from the principal? Because they're the ones who did the original agreement. So what's the story there? I mean, this is an important element because what people say counts.
Sure.
And that's
Absolutely.
a legitimate concern in this process, and as well as everything else. But we have a general manager who wasn't there. He's just the general manager. He's not the owner, the operator, the principal, or the decision maker on whether an application is filed. So,
sure. I do just want to say that I don't believe any stipulation or attestation that they would never come back and apply for full liquor was ever made. It was a beer and wine application at the time, and that's what they operated on for over a year. A lot of people, as a way of good faith to show that they can operate a space for over a year with beer and wine, is a way to show the neighbors that they're
Yeah,
going.
but those people, I will just say that most of those people that do that say that that's what they're doing. Most of them do say, we're starting with this, we're looking to get an OP, but they don't come in and meet with the community and say that they're just going to be beer and wine, and then meet with the community again in July and have the community come and speak in favor of them, specifically saying at that meeting how much they appreciated that they weren't coming back for an OP, and for that reason, they are supporting the large sidewalk cafe application and welcome them in the community and want them to do well and give their support, which doesn't happen easily with the Block Association. And a number of them came and did that, and 30 days later, that notice came in that was the OP that was exactly why they were giving the support. So I think they feel kind of hoodwinked by that.
Sure. And I don't want to feel, I don't want anyone to feel like we're trying to slip anything by.
But that's sort of, I mean, it's a month later. I mean, that's exactly what happened. You were here in July, and the 30-day notice came in August. It's not even 6 months, it's not 3 months, it's 4 weeks later that happened, after they came and really supported this application for the Sidewalk Cafe that had been laid over. I mean, I'm just going to, how many times this has been on there. The OP was on there before, and then it went away. So it clearly was a conversation that went on. And I think the Block Association had already expressed that they didn't support that. Then that went away and the Sidewalk Cafe came on without the class change. So that really kind of makes it look like they were duped. And then a month later, they're back here with the OP. And that is not how things usually sort of happen, and not with a Block Association that's as involved as this one is and as rarely gives their support for anything as this one.
Sure. Completely understand what you're saying, and we never view this as we're hoodwinking or that we're getting.
But we don't want to hear from you. We want to hear from the principal who is involved. So that's what I think.
Sure. Francesco will speak.
How you doing? My name is Francesco Realmuto. I'm the owner of Realmuto and Fecuzza. The reason because Andrea will step in is because I've been following this operation, and he was here. I could not come at the last meeting, so he was representing me at the last meeting 2 months ago. So that's why, because I was just let Andrea, my lawyer, to answer all the questions. What I can say is that I think we will be complying with everything that you guys have been asking us to do. The extension, as Andrea said, air conditioning, summer doors open until 10 o'clock, but their condition was off. That's what I know from my side that I can.
What about the conversation with the community? I mean, that's they were led to believe that this was that you were going to not do the upgrade in the license, and just do the sidewalk cafe and put all those seats out on the sidewalk cafe. And that's what they were led to believe. And in exchange for not having the upgrade, they came here in July and supported that application, which meant a lot to all of us. So what changed in July and August?
Well, I understand the point. We just decided to get the full liquor license.
But you had
So-
decided to get the full liquor license that had been on, we had had notices for that before that. And that meant away. And then my whole resolution says the applicant met with neighboring residents and the West Village Residents Association received their support of the application. That support was in part due to the applicant's agreement not to upgrade their liquor license to full liquor. I'm glad I. So, I mean, that, you know, I mean, that was July, and it's also, it's not, you know, again, it's also because the OP had been on there, so everybody knew that that was a consideration, and then it was taken away. And so.
I completely understand. There's nothing we can say to convince you otherwise. We never view this as a hoodwink. When we send a notice out, we view that as
But
additional
again, I'm
conversations.
not interested in what you have to say. I'm asking the principal why he did that.
Okay.
Because that's something for us. I mean, if there's something that's changing.
You know as well as I do that there are business decisions that happen every day when you own a restaurant.
In 4 weeks.
Yeah, but what's your word worth if you come and say you're not going to do something to get somebody's support and then you turn around in 30 days?
I hear you, Carter.
That means that they lied to the community, in my assumption, because most business decisions aren't made within 30 days. I mean, you tell me.
I don't operate a
mean,
restaurant, Carter. I can't.
Okay, well, let's ask them. I mean, you knew you were going to do it, right? Because you see your numbers. What
no,
changed in 30 days?
What I would like to say that since I was the one that you know, attending all the community board meeting and all this kind of process, I know that maybe the principal is different, but I'm still the general manager of the business, and I'm the one that had all the conversation with the block association. And I get your point where you're saying we didn't ask for, like, when we had the outdoor dining application, they show us the support, and we're so grateful that they did that, but we didn't.
They said specifically why they showed up for that. They said
But
it
we
at the
didn't-
meeting, why they did that.
We
You didn't
do
correct
any-
them,
we
you didn't.
We didn't do any agreement. We didn't do any stipulation that we said.
It doesn't, it's a word. I mean, everything, if everything has to be written down and signed and notarized on a piece of paper, that's a problem. The community believed that you weren't moving forward with something based on conversations that they had with you.
But we didn't have the conversation. That's the point. We didn't have a conversation. The conversation so the conversation that we had.
You
it
were
was-
standing right here when they all said that they support this for that reason. I wouldn't have put it in the resolution. I specifically was put in the resolution because I wanted to note that that was the reason why this block association came and supported this, because they had because they were so not in support as soon as they saw the OP on there months earlier. And the email started coming in about how they would not support that. So
And not only that, I just want to underscore the fact that these meetings are recorded. So it's not, so
I know.
that presentation of the conversation is recorded. You didn't deny it then. You're denying it now, but you're not denying it with the recording running. So I'm sorry, it doesn't look good. This looks bad.
I hear you, Katie. Can I just ask, is this a matter of timing, or is there any conversation that could ever happen to make an OP agreeable here? Because I understand
well, I
that
don't
they
know
are-
about that. I mean, I can't speak for them, so
Sure.
they would have to speak for them. I think what you're hearing here is the lack of trust in the word and the timing of all of this, and that it was on there forever and went away, and then as soon as you got their support for the sidewalk, it came back again. And that really says something different than just somebody randomly coming in. If you had come in for the OP license when it was first put on the calendar, which was probably almost, 6 months ago or longer,
like that,
right?
yeah.
And just done that, they probably would be standing here, they can correct me if I'm wrong, saying the exact same thing they're saying now, but they would not be saying that that they felt that they wouldn't feel duped because they came and specifically supported the other application under the understanding and made it very clear that that was why. And nobody corrected them. And then 4 weeks later, I have a notice coming in that I felt duped, quite frankly, and I'm not the one who's, I mean, you know, the committee would maybe had a completely different conversation also. I mean, you know,
Yep, this definitely sounds like a misjudgment in timing, and I do feel like
Character is what we're reviewing. And it's a misjudgment of the character of the applicant because they're telling the community one thing and then going ahead and doing something else.
Yep.
Oh, no, because just take it in.
Donna, we've been doing this all day.
Ski, can you just, it's a fire alarm, can you just see if we have to, if it's, yeah, if
Well,
it's
make
not
sure.
real, as
Yeah.
long as it's not real, I don't know, I mean, yeah, okay, I mean,
This is
Huh?
a first for me too.
yeah, okay, are we, well, it's, yeah, it's stopped, okay. Oh, but I hear fire trucks, that's not comforting. We are in the hospital, I guess.
Yeah, we're the place to be.
I don't. No. Okay, are we okay with this application, Eleanor? Okay, because there's sirens, so, okay. Yeah, 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 oh, yeah,
Good
yeah,
point.
okay. All right, so are we good with this application, committee? What, Katie? Will you complete it? Go ahead.
I was going to say, I just don't see a public
spoil
interest
the ending.
statement. I don't see a public interest statement in the application, and that's just, you know, either.
Sorry, I missed that point, Carter.
Nope.
Okay, never mind. All good.
No, say it again.
No, that there's just no public interest statement in the application package.
That's actually a great point. I'm glad you brought that up because we typically write our public interest statements based heavily on what happens here in the room, right? The one that gets submitted to the SLA usually has a write-up of what happened here, right? To show that these are the stipulations that were approved.
And tell us. Okay, great. Thank you, Yoski. Yay!
Thanks.
Good to know that. Oh, and, okay. Okay.
There's no fire, it's just a construction on the fourth floor. Please disregard all flashing light and so on you may see or hear. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Katie.
What do we think about the fact that we're not getting a public interest statement before we vote on this?
Well, that's
okay.
Yeah.
We usually write the stipulations that you guys give us, and then we say that we met with the community board, and that's what our public interest statements typically are.
Okay. When it's
favorable, yes. When they're not favorable, it's
fudge something else.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think, does that do it? Everybody's fine with it? We're moving on. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. So the next one is going to be Palermo LLC at 2 Bank Street. Sorry, I even put them down, C3, and then I forget to read them. I went through all the trouble. It's another.
Hi, good evening.
Hi.
Hey, everybody.
My name is Marco Pedisano. I'm the managing partner for the 81 Greenwich at Palermo, New York LLC.
Kevin, you want to introduce yourself as well?
Kevin Gill, also managing partner.
Okay.
Or-
First question.
Adam and Alex.
Yeah.
Adam and Alex are principals as well, but Marco and Kevin are going to be they are principals and will be managing.
Okay, because they're
operating
not
the space.
listed on here as principals.
We can-
You'll fix that?
Sure, yeah.
I mean, I just,
Marco's contact information, he's also the point of contact and he's listed as the manager. He just might not have been also listed under principals.
okay, yeah. If you could fix, just list all the yeah, I do see Marco there as the manager. If you can just list the principals, that would be good, unless that's not correct.
No, they are
Okay,
principals, yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, great. So this is a transfer application of the space that is currently La Antica at 2 Bank Street. So this is going to be an Argentinian restaurant. This is from the team that operates Don Julio in Buenos Aires. It's the #1 restaurant in Latin America and 10th best restaurant in the world. We are transferring this license application. We're looking for the same STIPs that the current license has, which is Sunday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m., Friday, Saturday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. It's background music only. As far as square footage, 3,800 square feet ground, 1,800 square feet basement. I believe there is patron seating in the basement as well in this space, right?
There is. It's like 4,200 all in.
Got it. So inside seating, it's 44 tables, 134 seats, 1 bar with 12 seats. And then we included, I know, Donna, we go back and forth on whether to include it now or wait
Yeah,
for
no,
the
we
DOT.
want, just so you know, we do, when we're evaluating a license, we want to have it in whether you're filing for it or not. That way we can at least discuss it, and then we can maybe waive an appearance when you finally do it. But we want to evaluate it with that in there, so we're evaluating the license in its entirety.
It's all included in there, 14 tables, 28 seats, sidewalk cafe, no road bed. And yeah.
No
any
road
questions?
bed, that was one of my questions. No road bed.
We met with Block Association, we met with Waverly Bank Neighbors Association, had a conversation that was, you had a good conversation that was
Eric
approved?
DeLallo and Marilyn.
Maryland. We have over 50 signatures of support, a lot of support letters in there as well. These guys are very experienced operators and are looking forward to moving into the space.
Okay, and the
Questions, yeah?
sidewalk closes at 11?
Correct, 11 p.m.
Okay,
all night.
so it may not, so one thing I want to say, the advertised address, because is 81 Greenwich.
Correct.
That's what the other, but, so it's written on here as 2 Bank, AKA 81 Greenwich. I think it should be 81 Greenwich as
We
the
can have it
primary, because
81.
that's what was for licensing tracking.
Right.
And also for traffic, for Uber stops, for all of that, we want them
Got it.
on Greenwich.
For the license itself, we always have to go with what the address of the lease is, but we can advertise that it's, we can't get a liquor license without that being the licensed address on the lease. We could do an
Okay,
AKA for sure.
well, yeah, but the license that exists now says 81 Greenwich. I'm
It's
just
probably
saying-
through an AKA, we can swap it.
I didn't,
That's no
yeah,
problem.
I didn't see that on LAMP. That's all I'm saying. It just wasn't on LAMP that way. If you could, I counted the seats differently, counting tables and chairs and everything like that. I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty of this, but I had something like, more like 90 or 95 or something. What I care more about is getting a rough estimate of how many, if your overall seating is correct, basically, and overall seating for that dining room downstairs, I'd like to have, if you can.
Okay, yeah,
give me-
well,
You don't have to give it to
admittedly-
me right now. You could, if you know it, I'll take it.
Well,
but-
there's banquettes in the basement.
Okay.
So, if you use just the chairs and the number of tables, the baseline is most likely 2, but then banquettes could fit 3 or 4,
Right.
depending on location.
Just rough maximum.
Sure.
Okay.
You're saying the expansion from what I wrote?
Hmm?
The expansion from what's there?
Because we had listed 134
Right,
seats.
right, yeah. So a certain number of those seats, I'm assuming, are in the basement.
It's probably a guesstimate with a banquette, so we can
Right,
kind
yeah,
of drill
just
down that
some rough-
number if you want to.
Is that used for private parties primarily, or is it how,
It's being used for regular dining.
for regular, so it's just
Yes.
an extension of the restaurant
That's correct.
downstairs? Okay. And, okay, then the other stip, just to make sure that was on the past one, was that the doors on Bank Street are only for emergency egress only.
That's correct.
And there's no seating on Bank Street
Correct.
for the sidewalk. I think that's it for me. Does anybody up here have anything?
Can you just tell us a little, the space has been operated in a number of different ways over the years. It's actually been operated under 2 DBAs, the basement's separate, and sort of evolved through time. I'm just wondering how you envision the 3 separate areas, sort of to operate together.
Yeah, well, the concept is, we've designed it so that there's wonderful flow from one dining room to the other. The basement is currently like a wine room, which we're taking some inspiration for. It has beautiful vaulted ceilings, and the banquettes kind of are going to continue around the wine cellar. So the idea is to really have this entrance with the beautiful windows and the bar, and then formally take you into the main dining room, which is right around the corner there, which has a beautiful chandelier and even more glass and windows there. And then the basement is kind of, I would say a extension of the upstairs, and also for private parties of groups of 4 or 6 on the larger side.
It's a very nice space. I had an opportunity to see it about 18 years ago, 15, 18 years ago, when maybe a little less, when they took out the restaurant. I've never seen so much grease on the floor. It was that bad, and other issues, and it's slowly been fixed up. So I think the space that you have now is a very nice space compared to what it was, but there's been a lot of steps taken. I would just say that. So
sure, yeah.
And the downstairs is really nice now, but where the kitchen was unbelievable.
We're improving, and obviously we want to take that into account with what we're designing. We want to make sure that the Bank Street side of the business also too is kind of nurtured a little bit. It's been left a little bit dilapidated slightly with the current operation. So we have a plan with landscaping on the property line within the windows so that it kind of keeps up the garbage on the exterior of Bank. Kind of seems a little messy, but we have plans in the drawings to put it in the basement and pick it up at night and so on and so forth. So we feel like it could be a positive.
So then it sounds like it's going to be a nice addition to, I don't live that far from there, a nice addition to the neighborhood. Traffic, because since you are what you are, I assume that you will be popular and.
Agreed. One of the things that we've listened earlier today, we will have a resi system for text, so that's one, okay? Right, everyone bring the phone. We're also going to operate with we're going to have a phone line, which is one restaurants don't have anymore.
Oh, I know.
So you can call, and we can call you, and you can call a landline, so that's 2. And the third is the basement itself, featuring, between 28 and 34 seats. The opportunity down there to kind of make it a place where people could wait. It's very high vaulted ceilings, almost 12 feet high. So the downstairs will be an area for people to wait. We don't expect this to be a line forming situation because it's reservation based.
What I'm concerned about is the for-hire vehicles, to tell you the truth. I mean, it's, because the for-hire, the Ubers. And everything,
sure.
Because Greenwich is a two-way street. It's pretty heavily trafficked. It also shares a bike lane. So there's. Yeah, I don't know what, I mean, I just think it's important that you because I have a feeling you're going to be a very popular restaurant and there will be Ubers going there. And there's not a lot, there's parking, I believe, on both sides of the street, and it is two-way, and it is a shared bike lane, and the ambulances are not, So all of that, I think you need to think about some solution for that.
It's a good point.
Yeah.
We've had applicants in the past do like designated pickup spots with Uber, closer to the avenue so that they're not going down residential streets.
I worry about the residents on Bank Street because that is, I mean, it's all kind of residential there, but it's narrower, you know what it is. Yeah.
We spoke with
Yeah,
actually a couple of neighbors right next to us and across the street. So
Okay, and I'm sure they have your phone number, so I'm sure.
they do,
Yep.
yes. And
Okay, Brian, did you have something?
seating is going to be removed. You're not going to be operating roadway seating?
Yeah, currently there's no roadway. I believe he took it out.
Yeah.
And we don't have a plan for that really. I think our seat count interior wise is more than enough. With the cafe on the street.
So what would be the schedule for removing that?
It's not there. It's not there.
It's gone already?
There's no roadbed. There's no roadbed
There's no
sitting out
roadbed,
there.
there's a
No.
cafe. There's a patio on the sidewalk.
There,
But
on
it's
the
not
sidewalk.
It's not on the roadway.
There's nothing in the roadway.
Correct.
They have sidewalk seating, they don't have roadway seating. Do you think otherwise? I mean, I walk by there often, there's not roadway seat. No.
And there's no plan for a roadway right now, but I don't want to run into any similar situations with Realmuto. It could be in the conversation for a future application, but it is
Right, but you
absolutely
have no plan for it, I'm not,
No.
the sidewalk, you have a plan for, and you'll come back to us for the sidewalk, and if we can do whatever, but.
Just trying to be as transparent as possible.
Yeah, I know, got it. Well, we always, when people say never, it can always change. Okay, does anybody, Dr. Smith?
When you say transparent, I'm going to ask you to share with us price points for the food.
Sure. I would say lunch is between $40 and $50 a person. On the dinner side, probably between 75 to 100, most likely. They have some proteins on this menu that we're looking to provide, and really a lot of the plating uses seasonal vegetables from the green markets. So we're probably, and with the wine program, between 75 and 100 is probably where we're going to be.
Okay. Anybody else? Is there anybody here from the public on this application? Oh, Katie, go ahead. Does it?
And did we have steps on private party business plan, which you sort of mentioned?
No, but
We typically is 15 a year, about right?
Private?
And
buyout?
For the whole
full
place?
buyout.
Yeah, that's closing the restaurant probably somewhere between 12 and 15, yes.
Okay, so we'll put in 15, so you're covered.
Thank you, Katie.
And what is the status? Is there a door in the basement that goes into the building? I couldn't really tell from the plans. Is there any?
I don't believe so. Anything that goes into space that's not yours, like a.
No.
No.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody here from the public on this one? I think not. Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Good, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Welcome to the
Thank you.
neighborhood. Okay. Moving right along is Carolwood, Croft, Soho. I think sorry, guys, they're gonna hate me. Is it? Yeah, for you, yes. This is also a transfer.
Hey, everybody. Matt Colton with Helbron Levy, representing Carolwood Croft Soho LLC. I have two operators here, Adam and Andrew. You guys want to introduce yourself briefly?
Hi, I'm Andrew Schanfeld. I'm one of the principals, one of two principals of Carolwood Croft Soho, which is Croft Alley. And it's an all-day cafe, and thank you for your time.
Thanks, Andrew.
I'm Adam Rubin. I'm the other principal of Croft Alley, Carolwood Croft Soho LLC. Yeah, it's a heavily breakfast-focused restaurant that we now operate elsewhere. And yeah, thank you for your time. Nice to meet you.
So this is a transfer application from the space that is currently Lola Taverna. We're actually not looking for the same hours that they have. They have more than we need. They are open till 1 a.m. on the weekends. That we don't need that. We're asking for 9 a.m. to 12 a.m. all days. As Adam said, this is an all day. They're going to be open for breakfast. Breakfast is a large part of what they do, but they're also going to be open for lunch and dinner service as well. As far as the square footage, this is 3,500 square feet total, 1,600 ground, and 1,900 basement, but basement, there's no patrons in the basement, correct? Yeah. So as far as seating, it's 17 tables, 52 seats, 1 bar with 12 seats. Same as the last application. We went ahead and threw what we're thinking for Sidewalk Cafe into this application. It's going to be 20 tables, 47 seats. And then as far as hours for that space, 11 p.m. all nights would be ideal. We had put 9 p.m. on the weekdays because I believe that's what Lola Taverna has. We're happy to agree. We're transferring the steps here, so we don't want to ask for more than we can.
Well, they didn't operate within any rules.
Sure.
But
that's neither here nor there.
right.
There are also accordion doors that can open. We had
All
put.
right, so they had 10 p.m. I think they had 10 p.m. Sunday to Thursday and 11 Friday and Saturday.
That would be great.
So
if that's all right with everybody.
What, Carter, do you have to say?
I was just wondering if you had talked to the co-op board or the condo board.
Yes, we spoke to them.
And
The actual board president was here for us, and they gave us a letter of support.
okay.
And we have that letter?
It should be in the packet, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, there was a disconnect with the previous operator after they opened.
We're unfortunately aware of it.
Right, so I just
That
wanted to
situation.
make sure, because that was the biggest issue or concern that I had. So.
They reached out to all block associations website, especially in the negative. 180 signatures only.
So that was it's a co-op board? Is that what it is? It's a co-op board? Okay, I just want to. Okay. So you have something from that I have?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and I saw a number of people in the building signed, and I think that that's it for me. Does anybody on the thing, Dr. Smith, did you have something, or?
I just see one Adam Rubin as principal.
I see that as well.
What's Andrew's last name, please?
Shanfeld. SHANFELD.
Shan? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I think that.
No, I have a,
Go
and
ahead.
are we going to have private parties?
That would be full buy-in. Yep, that'd be great.
And you say you have another restaurant? What?
It's in Beverly. It's a similar concept. It's breakfast focused with also lunch and.
Both? Or in the LA restaurant?
So is somebody going to
Yeah, I live
move? You live here, okay. Oh, okay. So you're in your
Nice,
okay.
And is the commercial space not owned by the co-op? Is that what it is? It is owned by the co-op.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
I wasn't doing it before, so if the button just got hit.
I'd just like to say that at least I don't have to ask about price points.
Trying to help you out.
We were prepared.
Yeah. Hello? Okay, I think anybody from the public here on this one?
I'm just happy that you guys are moving in.
Yeah.
Lola Taverna was tough.
I
Thank
hear
you
ya.
for
I hear
the
ya.
better hours.
Yeah, we didn't, I have a feeling that there's not a lot of people here speaking on this because they're,
Sure.
Highly recommend taking a different flower outdoor approach.
yeah.
Yes. We're removing that actually tomorrow.
Good. Okay, thanks a lot.
All right, thank you, everybody. Appreciate
Okay.
it.
The next one's going to be Super Rich New York Corp. doing business as Chata. This is sidewalk seating. Yeah, municipal expansion. No,
Good evening again, everyone. Eleanor Schotten from Pozetsky and Bookman. I'm here for Super Rich NY Corp, and with me is one of the applicant principals. Do you want to just put your name on the record?
My name is Suparat Podipak.
And again, this is for a municipal alteration application for a sidewalk cafe. We're proposing 34 tables with 68 seats. There's no host stand, no music, no TV, none of that. And the hours that we are proposing are 11:30 a.m. to 10:30 Sunday through Thursday, and 11:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday.
Wait. Okay, give me the hours one more. For inside, are these your hours? No, these
No,
are your
so
hours
these
for
were for
outside.
the outdoor hours. I
Okay.
do have a copy of the stipulations with our internal hours.
Okay, no, I don't need that. So what I had down as the last steps that were for outdoor seating was 10 p.m. Sunday to Thursday and 11 p.m. Fridays and Saturdays. That's what I had from November 2023
Sorry, for the outside?
for the outside.
Yes, we were looking to increase to 10:30 on Sunday through Thursday, and keep it 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday.
Okay. I'm not saying,
I mean, we could do 10 o'clock weekdays and then 11 o'clock on Friday
okay,
and Saturday.
great. So there's just no change in that. And then my other question is the number of seats, because I've walked by your space. You don't have anywhere, I don't think you have this number of seats outside now, do you? I don't. No.
Somehow we have less than that.
I mean, I'm just going to say, I've walked by and you're set up very nicely, and it was much appreciated. And it looked, had barriers and everything.
Yes,
So
I'm
this
not-
has
I'm
a lot of
just having
things,
a look at
and the
the
only
floor
reason
plan
I'm going,
versus the photos.
and so this is the only reason I'm going through this. Just 2002, there were like 47 seats outside, and in 2013, there were about 55 seats outside, and in 2018, there were about 55 seats outside. And then when you appeared in 2023, I don't know, there was this, the steps we wrote down, but that wasn't based on, this was just to kind of get something done, was 48 seats, and now it's going up to 68 seats. So that's a lot more seats, and it's more seats than what was there before, and it's not anything like what they're operating under.
Sorry,
Why?
there are 48 seats. I'm not sure where the 68 came from.
So
I think there
it's-
must have been a typo in the
It's
packet.
48 seats.
It's 40,
Yeah.
then what, 24 tables?
Yeah,
Yes,
24
that-
tables.
okay, that's,
I
We
will make a
follow the
note that
plan,
it's, yes.
see, that's kind of, so I'm sorry that you had to sit here all night, but was the reason why.
Sorry, we said 24 tables and 48 seats?
Yeah, 16.
Yeah, no, I did look at the pictures. That's the reason I was questioning it, was because of.
There must have been a typo in the packet. I do apologize.
Look like what I've been seeing.
Yes, those photos are
Well, that, no,
accurate
not
as to
that,
what it looks
my
like right now
photos. Yeah,
with the barriers.
right. Yeah,
I think the diagram was prepared with the maximum number of seats allowed, but we do not operate with the number of seats that actually could fit in the space.
I don't know if they were given a modifications. The diagram, this diagram. Right, the diagram matches what's on here. But what they're doing does not match. Can you get me a diagram that accurately
I will get you
reflects the
a
seating?
diagram
Because-
with the correct number
yeah,
of seats, the 24
both the
tables with the
diagram
48
and
seats.
the addendum and a diagram, because that would make us all much happier, because that's what my surprise was when I walked by. It was seemed very compliant and nice, and this didn't quite reflect that.
Of course, I will get that amended and send it over to you
What
first thing
else?
tomorrow.
I mean, yeah, I was just, what Katie was just asking was the distance from the residential doors. I mean, you have to run a gauntlet between all the restaurants, because it's supposed to be a 5-foot distance from the primary. I mean, that's.
5 feet from that.
Because this is an unusual space in that I don't think the patrons can move on the interior between the two spaces, right? They have to, I don't know if the space is all connected on the first floor.
No.
Yeah, so there's that strange crossing, there's the residential entrance, and so is that sidewalk cafe all serviced just from the other side without walking across the residential entrance, right?
Yeah, so there's service aisles on both sides, so everything is serving from within the
Yeah,
barriers.
they're not walking outside to go around to the other side, because you can't cross over easily on the inside of the building because there's a residential entryway that divides the restaurant, the connections. in the
Yeah, I
basement.
believe there's 2 doors, so if you're going from one side of the cafe, you'd come out that door to serve from the
Okay.
service aisle.
The basement is all connected. Let's go to the basement.
Yeah.
Oh.
You have to, the basement,
Yeah.
this is, the two storefronts are not connected on the ground floor.
So it's
They're
the
they're
basement. On the
totally
ground floor, no.
separate, yeah.
But it's
So you-
connected on the basement.
They're connected in the
Yeah.
basement,
So
so I'm
that's
just
like
asking
that.
if
Yeah. And
people,
the kitchen is in the basement.
right, so the people come out in each area and then come out
Right.
to serve, okay.
Yes, directly to
Because
those
it's,
areas.
this is sort of that strange situation where both residential entrances are surrounded by restaurants for an extensive length, because the sidewalk is so deep here, so.
But I will get you those updated
Yeah, get
floor
me-
plans
because that-
and
yeah.
an updated packet.
Because
with
when I've
correct
walked by,
numbers.
it seemed to be, without measuring anything, it seemed to be pretty compliant, so.
Yes, the photos are the most accurate depiction of what is currently in effect and what we are looking to license.
You need this?
Yeah, I just wanted to get your confirmation that the awning seems to extend over the entire seating area, which on the plan would be about 12 feet. Is that accurate?
The awning is.
It does seem very long,
it's
very
an
wide.
extended, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think.
We can close it
Yeah,
out.
it's retractable, but it
Yeah,
does cover
sure,
the
sure.
entire sidewalk cafe area so that whoever's underneath can benefit from the shade.
Okay, very nice.
Okay, I think that does it, thanks.
Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. No, any public testimony? I don't see, okay. Okay, so the next one is going to be Pyramid Effect LLC doing business at Fellini at 176 7th Avenue South. This is an alteration to add the sidewalk.
E4.
E4. I called the alteration first.
Okay, this is Fellini at 176 7th Avenue South. I'm with Franco Noriega, who is the owner, who you know, or all should know. We've been here a few times. This has been operating for a number of years with the beer and wine license. This outdoor seating has been conditionally approved by DOT, and we are filing an alteration to have the outdoor seating added to the license. There are actually 16 tables. The application says 8 because there are two tops that look like they could be joined. So when my office counted them up, they counted 8, and it could be 8 if they're seated together. So figure 8 to 16. Total of 32 seats. The hours for the cafe are 8 a.m. until 10 p.m. And that's all I have to say.
When was the application filed with DOT?
I don't know, but I think it was approved in June.
Okay, so I think it was filed in December, I think.
I didn't file it.
Okay, I mean, okay, so I'm pretty sure it
I'm
was.
not doubting you, but.
I mean, unless you can tell me that it was filed before August 3rd.
It was
there's a
not.
it was not,
That I know.
okay, so it was filed like December 30th or something, because
Yes.
you can tell by the number that they have on there, the date, unless DOT messed up, which is not completely unheard of. So, explain how this is all, how the outdoor dining is supposed to work and how the license is set up, the understanding of that.
Explain.
So this application, when it was filed, did not have any outdoor seating on it.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I
And
didn't do the original application, but I think
But
you're
it did
correct.
not have any
Yeah.
outdoor seating on it, that, from our request of getting that information.
So I believe once Franco received the DOT conditional approval, he put tables out there, which he was allowed to do. With the conditional approval says you can have
He can
table
put,
seating.
well, not if your licensed premises doesn't.
Can't have liquor.
Okay, and how has he been operating out there?
He has been serving liquor. We've been talking about that. That's stopping.
Okay, okay. Now I'm just going to say what you know I'm going to say. How many times do we have to say the same thing, Donald?
Donna?
Franco? How many times?
I understand.
This is exactly what happened on Thompson. I just need to say it so it's.
Well,
for
Thompson
the
was
record.
different.
No, Thompson actually wasn't really different because he had a temporary license for the inside, and he was serving alcohol in the roadbed, and he was told, and you told him, and the liquor authority told him
I
when
know,
he was up there. I know, but I need to say this because the rest of this committee does not know this. When he was there, you told him, and the liquor authority told him, it stopped then because he wasn't authorized to be serving outside because his licensed premises, his application only had the inside. This is, and to just go back, he was padlocked on 7th Avenue for extending the premises to the sidewalk when he wasn't permitted to there. That was pre-COVID, already doing that. So this is twice that he's done, 2 times he was padlocked. So this is 3 times he's done the same thing. We were up at the liquor authority not that long ago, this spring, for this. He has been serving alcohol outside on 7th Avenue since last fall, summer. I have pictures, again, pictures.
I think it was discontinued.
It's been going on since all spring. It's been going on all summer. It's been going on this fall. You cannot tell me that you cannot tell me he does not understand this anymore. This is 3 times. He was not giving a liquor license on Thompson Street for doing this very behavior, and it could not have been clearer. And he is serving alcohol. He has wine bottles stored on nice little bar carts outside, in tubs with ice cubes in them outside. I have pictures of it from 2 weeks ago. He knows I'm going to walk by and take pictures. I absolutely do not understand why you would think that we have any faith in him abiding by any regulations on this sidewalk.
I'm not suggesting you do, but I have to show up, so I'm here.
No, I know, okay.
So I'm here, and I told Franco to come, even though I knew he was going to be beat up on. I told him.
Well, wait, I
"Come
just
take
want to
it."
correct that
I'm
too. He is not being beat up on. He is
Donna,
not
I
being beat up on. He is
You are yelling at
refusing.
him, and I understand everything he's
Okay,
done.
I'll talk softly.
Donna, let me respond.
Okay.
Let me respond.
Okay.
Franco has made mistakes. I'm not going to get up here and say that he hasn't. And he's paid the price for that. He was denied an application. You know how many times I've had a client that has been denied an application? I think 2. Okay, so I wasn't happy. He wasn't happy. Maybe you were happy, but I'm sure you.
Honestly,
I'm sure you're not.
I was
understand.
not happy. Well, yeah, I
John,
really got to
let me
correct
just
that.
finish. I understand. Look, I understand your frustration. I understand if you're angry. I understand that. I understand you're trying to get things done properly. Franco has made mistakes. What I told him today, I said, and you know what? I'm not even going to go there because it doesn't matter.
Told him that last
It doesn't
time.
matter. It doesn't matter. Look, he's going to make the application, and you guys will do what you're going to do. I don't know what else I can say.
I just have a question. Why can't you follow the law?
You don't have to answer that question. I'm
Why
not
is
going to
that
have to
not-
answer that question.
Why?
Because he's made mistakes. He's done things that were stupid.
But-
He's
but
done
I-
things he
but
shouldn't
he
have done.
promised us
Carter,
before-
I'll tell you the answer.
Mr.
When he
Bernstein,
got,
hold
you
on
asked
one
the
second
question.
and please stop
When he
interrupting me.
got the
I'm gonna
conditional
just- can you
approval,
please
I'm
let
going to
me
answer your
finish
question.
what I'm saying?
You asked a question.
Go ahead.
when he got the conditional approval, and you, for whatever it's worth, when he got the conditional approval from DOT that said he can use it, he thought he could use it. So that's what, it was mistake. He could use it, but he couldn't serve liquor.
So, Mr. Noriega, you promised me you wouldn't keep doing this before COVID, and you've been before us multiple times, and you keep doing this over and over. What's the problem?
I'm not sure if I promised you necessarily anything, and I said, just like Donald said, I've made a mistake. I paid the price for a year of not serving alcohol, almost going under in my business in Soho, because it's very tough to imagine the rents in Soho to maintain a business with alcohol. But it doesn't. I don't feel like being grilled by you as a board.
Well, I would appreciate you as an operator in our community to follow the law. I mean, but you keep breaking the law, and your business has been padlocked. How many businesses do you know that were padlocked twice?
Carter, I
Twice.
really don't, I don't want to get involved. There are reasons for that, and I don't want to get into it.
Okay, I'm just going to say that.
I mean, look, it's fine. At this point,
the history is the history, and we've
And-
all
and-
got to live with the history.
No, I know
including
that.
Frank.
So Donald, here's the only thing that I just want to say. First of all, I'm not grilling him. I'm pointing out because I think the committee needs to know, because they don't go up to the full board and they don't walk Thompson Street and they don't know what happened. And I think it's part of the record because the history is important. And this was not
Fair
that
enough.
long ago. And it was the exact same thing. And in fact, at the Liquor Authority, it was the same thing where he thought when he got DOT approval, he had approval. And this was all said twice, because we were up there twice, publicly this spring. So I must say that I don't understand how he keeps not understanding this. And because he's been making plenty of money off of his alcohol on all his seats out on the sidewalk for the past year plus. So whatever he lost on Thompson Street, and it does not make me happy to say this because it's a lovely space and all he had to do was just abide by the simple rules that everybody else abides by. So I just am,
Not
I am
everybody
disappointed.
abides by. Donna,
No,
I'm
but
sure,
I don't have that many people that actually are as
I'm
flagrantly,
sure-
consistently in violation of the same rule over and over and over and
Well,
over again.
I'm not saying this to justify anything that's happened. And you know, and everybody knows, I walk through the city, every day I see sidewalk cafes that I know have no license.
It's different.
They
You
have
want to
no
know what
permit.
the difference? I'll tell you what the difference is. He's been told now 3 times not to do it. These people haven't been,
Well, you
most
don't
of
know
them.
that. You
He
don't
has
know
been,
But it doesn't matter. I don't think that's
right,
helping anybody.
nothing is.
Look, I understand your position. You guys will take your position. We'll do
Well,
what
I
we
just
have
wanted
do.
to be very clear that our position is based on a significant history of doing the same exact things wrong, all consistently at the locations in our community board. So it's not like we just
I think
have,
you've made it
this
clear.
is not personal, this is based on the way someone operates. Does anybody on the committee have anything to say? Is there anybody here from the public on this application? No. Okay.
The only other thing I want to add is Fellini is hugely popular.
It is
by
hugely
the
popular, but
neighbors.
that doesn't
People
mean,
love it.
and you want to
Doesn't
know,
excuse
this,
it,
this
but-
would go much easier if he could just abide by the basic rules, and then we could all be here loving Fellini. It's that,
also, we have, I just want
simple.
to say that we bring Italian beautiful decoration to the city.
Your-
and on
your
top of
places
that-
are beautiful,
one
you
second,
just
but
don't-
Let me finish, Tana. I mean, on top of that, we have cheaper coffee, 20% cheaper than
I
the rest.
I
of
learned
all-
that about Thompson Street.
You what?
I learned that about Thompson Street.
That's amazing. Hopefully you can, make use of that. But we have 20% cheaper coffee than everybody else. And on top of that, we have bring incredible decoration, Italian decoration to the city. The neighbors love us so much so that that guy who complained when we went into
I know,
Thompson
oh,
Street,
please don't.
he came into the SLA to support our application, first complaining and then supporting us because he changed his mind when he saw us operating. So that's all I have to say. But anyway, we'll move on to the next one.
I'm just going to
No,
say,
I'm
but
done.
you're
Honestly, yeah,
but
I'm
you're a
done listening to you.
scofflaw in our community.
Okay, great. Thank you so
I'm
much.
sorry, I didn't hear
You're a
that.
scofflaw in our community
That's good.
repeatedly.
Thank you. Thank you. I
Well,
feel the same.
okay.
How about you?
You feel the. Okay.
Like a sore eye. Sore eye, for sure.
Okay.
Just a sore
Wait,
eye
wait,
to
wait,
look
wait,
at you.
we have one more to
But
go.
it's a physical.
Do you want to do, all right, let's stop.
Let's stop.
Let's
Can we
yeah.
all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Franco, it doesn't help.
So let's
wanna do
move,
14th Street?
let's move right along to 14th Street.
Okay, so 14th Street, I'll be brief, is a new beer and wine license application.
In a previously
uh,
unlicensed
previously
location, I believe.
unlicensed.
It's a tavern wine, he does.
Oh,
sure
I'm
he
sorry,
does.
let me give you the questionnaire.
Yes.
This is a coffee and pizza cafe. It is very small. It has 5 tables and 15 seats with 1 bar and 8 seats. We're applying for a beer and wine license. It includes a first floor, a small mezzanine and cellar, but only the first floor of 450 square feet is for patron use. The hours are 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday. The only correction that I want to make that you don't see on the plan is it does have the coffee window, which is part of his brand
He's
on 14th
putting that in,
Street.
right? That's, I
Yes.
saw that it said
Yeah.
operable. So it's not an operable door, it's
No, it's
just a
just
coffee window.
And the only thing that will be served out of there is coffee and coffee products. No food, no beer, no wine, just coffee.
Okay. There's patron access to the cellar for the bathroom?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's it? There's no seats down there?
No
it's
seats
just-
there, and
okay.
the mezzanine is just storage.
And then, hate to ask the question, but it says no outside. Does that mean no outside?
No outside.
You would come back to us before serving anything out?
Yes.
Outside
Yes.
if there was going to be anything outside?
Yes.
They've put all this other seating on 14th Street. Is there anything, I don't know if the bid is doing anything with any, do you know, of any food establishments? Is there any relation, like, can you put your thing out on that roadbed, or you'd have to work out some arrangement with them?
Yeah, with the DOT, I mean, the bid came a couple of days ago to us, and they're planning to extend, I don't know if you've seen like what they're doing like a bunch of different things. So they asked us if we wanted actually tables and chairs, because there's like 4 different modifications. There's like beds, there's like different configurations. So of course we love the tables and chairs. So then this way we don't have to put tables and chairs. So they were super excited to have Fellini in the meatpacking, as the meatpacking is, as you probably know, it's been dead for a couple of years, and now we're reviving it by bringing some business. The neighbors are thrilled to have us. We have a bunch of offices. There's Soho Works next to us. There's Robin Hood, who is a big client of ours, in front of us. So they're super excited because the only coffee there is Starbucks Reserve, which is not that great. And there's Cobrick on...
Don't criticize Cobra. Don't criticize Cobra.
No, I love Cobrick, but it's just only 2 places in the meatpacking. So by bringing a third option, we create a little more of an environment there. So anyway, we've had a very big support. And if we need to bring the neighbors, we have a lot of neighbors that are very excited to come to support the application.
Okay. Does anybody have anything? Yep.
Just to address your character and fitness to hold a liquor license here.
What's the question?
If you could address your character and fitness
I'll address
to
that
hold
at the
the
State
liquor.
Liquor Authority. I'm not addressing it here.
Well,
I have nothing else to say.
okay.
Well, I do.
Are we not allowed to ask the question?
You can ask any question you want.
Okay. 'Cause, I mean, why would we expect the
Carter,
rules
whatever
to
I
be
say,
followed here?
you have your opinion, and I'm not
Okay,
going to be able
but
to
I'm
change
just
your opinion.
asking a reasonable question. Why would we expect any of the laws to be followed here if they can't be followed at the other locations?
That's a loaded question, and I'm not going to answer that question.
Is it an unreasonable question, do you think?
Franco has 5 locations in the city.
Okay.
Okay.
And we've had
He's had
problems
problems at
with
2
how
of
many
them.
of them?
He's had problems at 2 of them.
And also Baby Brasa.
2, 3 at least.
I wasn't involved in that, so I don't know.
You're lucky.
I wasn't involved in that.
I do have a question. How many tables?
And I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Katie, but I just want to say the problems he's had is related to the outdoor seating. He hasn't done anything in the interior space that he's not
Now,
supposed to do.
Donald, don't start, because
No.
the last time he was here, there was wine being stored in an area, and you saw it, and we show you the pictures of Fellini there, where there was no license. And so I'm going to just say, we have already gone down that path, and that's not correct.
But my response to that is, I don't consider that a serious violation.
You
that
did the
someone
night
is
we
storing
uncovered it, so please, I'm saying,
It's-
don't. It's
Well,
not, it's not
you
doing
can't ask me
any
a
good.
question and then tell me I can't respond
Yeah,
to
I
it.
know, no,
That's
it's
not
not
fair
doing you any
either.
good. But
my
how many
only-
tables and chairs has the meatpacking bid said that you will get on the 14th Street
They haven't
roadbed?
said anything. They just came in yesterday, very excited to have us in that space, and they asked us, because they're constructing
Yes,
as they
yes,
go.
yes.
So they were like, would you like to have tables or chairs, or would you like to have beds, or what would you like to have? Because they're building as we go. So we're like, of course, we'd be thrilled to have tables and chairs. Nothing has been set in stone. There's no plans filed or anything, but the bid, as it continues, it will hopefully grow.
Okay, so the bid is going to provide seating in the roadbed. You don't, and that's what they're doing. They asked your input. That sounds all very reasonable, but the committee doesn't know how many people might be sitting in front of your business, and you've had a problem with serving outside in the past. I'm just I'm a little bit concerned about this development.
Okay. Nancy, did you have something to say on this one? Okay.
I'm sitting here listening to this. I have vivid memories of Baby Brasa and Fellini as it now exists. Thompson Street, I was not aware of. And normally I would let the meatpacking district work out its own salvation. It's oversaturated, but that's their ethos. But I find it hard to believe that this person would be entrusted with yet another license, particularly in a space that's previously unlicensed. I don't think the neighbors will be thrilled for long if he opens here, and I think the character and fitness of the applicant, as Carter mentioned, indicates that this license should not be issued to this person at this time. Mistakes have been made for sure. Why give them an opportunity to make more?
Next up, I guess.
I would agree with, can you hear me?
Yep.
I agree with what Nancy says. I think on the subject of Fellini, it just gets to my point with the enforcement problem. I don't think any approval should be given to anybody that is currently out of compliance. And that applies across the board with all our applicants. It would be an enormous help to the community if they weren't given approval when they're out of compliance, because like Wild, the first thing they do is get in compliance, and that's very beneficial to us. Thank you.
Good night.
Hi.
My name is Daniel Leira. I moved to New York 7 years ago.
Your name? What is your name?
Daniel
Okay.
Leira,
Okay.
L-E-I-R-A.
Did you fill out a speaker card?
Yes.
No, he's with,
No.
he's with
Oh,
us.
he's with
Yeah,
you?
yeah.
Okay.
I met Franco 6-7 years ago. I'm pretty aware about all the things that happen. But I think, and I really want to take a step on this, I saw Franco grow up, not only like a man, also like a professional. I saw him supporting all his team, and more important, people who were still with him all this year. So I really can put my hands on fire that this man, he's growing up like a professional, and more important, he's building a family for all the people that he's supporting, not only like an immigrant, also like a New Yorker. So thank you for your time. I respect.
Thank you. Thank you. Does anybody else have anything? Okay. I think we're good.
Thanks.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So then I'm just going to quickly run through. We have 5 that we waived, so I just want to just say them. Vevamo Partners doing business as Bar V at 1012 Morton. This was just a change in method of operation to open earlier. Banter West Village at 643 Hudson. This was the alteration for the sidewalk roadway. They have removed their bench that was sitting on the tree pit, and so that will be removed. Bar Giacosa doing business as Bar Pitti, 268 Avenue of the Americas sidewalk. And the same thing, Bar Giacosa Corp, DBA El Patino, 268 Avenue of the Americas. I think one of these addresses is slightly different. They're next door to each other. Is the same thing for the sidewalk, and then 1 Perry doing business as Roey's at 1 Perry Street for the sidewalk, and all of them we have stipulations signed. The Banter and Roey's are closing at 10. I believe Bar Pitti and El Patino is 10 and 11, so that whole row there is the same time for everybody. That's it. Does everybody want to take a break before we go to business session? Yeah. Which one? That's the one that 1 Perry. They signed steps. I waived them.
Yes, I didn't hear you mentioning it.
Okay. Yeah, I think I got that one. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. We'll start, just go out a little bit out of order here, just so that everybody maybe doesn't have to stay. We'll start with Realmuto. For the class change.
I guess, I have to deny.
I'm a no, too big, too soon, too little.
Yeah. Dr. Smith?
Realmuto, C1.
Realmuto. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. We just have to watch who came in. So everybody's a deny?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think, part of it is just the representations. that
right. I think
not
that's a
that long
big
ago,
part of
I think
it.
That's important.
I mean, I think we could work around
Space.
the size,
The impacts are unknown at this point, but that was accepted that despite those impacts, there wouldn't be opposition because we wouldn't be going for this, but now that this is here.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And for all the other reasons that we discussed or were brought up.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess that can go to characters.
Well, it does.
Well, it
and that's
does.
what I said. I mean,
Right.
you're gonna say one thing, and it's also was difficult for me to understand the manager's
the
role,
manager,
principal's
right, yeah.
role, representations that are made. And, representations change within 30 days, whatever they said to us, that's gonna change. Nobody here said don't apply, but it just seemed like it's not in the right rhythm.
And if the manager changes since what did that, it was too vague of who was in charge and what was going on.
Okay.
Okay, is there other ones that you two are waiting to hear on? Otherwise, I'd go in order.
You're saying what?
Realmuto, we just voted to deny Realmuto class change.
Just go down and.
So now I'll just go down the list.
Yeah, I think everybody's interested in it.
All right,
No.
all right, so. What's them in that order?
I think we're going on the.
We're going to we're gonna go now to next to 50 merchants, which is the Commerce Inn.
You want to start in the order you did?
Well, that would be easier for me.
Yeah, we're just.
Okay, all right, so then I'll go in the order that I went in. So.
What do you win in?
In the order I
Yeah,
went in.
it's easy for me to.
Yeah, it's easy for all of us. So ad hoc, was a Tavern wine. They came back yet again. Their hours are 9 to 10, 9 to 11, Friday and Saturday. They're not gonna have any seating on the outside, 12 private parties a year. They clarified the ownership, so we finally have that, worked out, everybody's on there.
That was very important.
Yeah, so our,
Previously unlicensed though.
yeah, but Tavern wine. Small space.
Yeah.
17
Good hours.
seats. Are we denying less on that?
Yes, yes.
Brian?
I'm denying, I'm for deny.
Okay, so it's 5-1.
No, but Carter was a deal.
That's, oh, it's, sorry, it's 4-1. Okay. Brian, why are you denying?
I'm denying because it's previously unlicensed, oversaturation. Just repeated and consistent violations of the rules over the period of a year or more.
Okay. Okay, the next one, which should have been the first one, was Sabor, that's the corporate chain. You missed that, Carter. I'm not sure what to do with that because we got off to what I thought would be a real simple start. It ended up to be not. It's the way this day is. So who came was this Alessandro Uva.
Which one?
For Sabre, the corporate change.
D1.
D1. Okay, so he came, he did not, both of those partners are going away and there's one new person. Sasha, and that one new person was not here. And so he says, he was very upset with the office because apparently he was at the office 3 times. And he.
Who's
he-
upset with the office?
The guy, Alessandro Uva, the seller went to the office and was told that he just needs to fill out the form, which is the proper thing. I have never had, and he was not told that the person who is purchasing needs to come. I don't know if he asked that question. And, in my history of being here, we've sometimes had people overall say they're not coming for a corporate change. That's happened, I think, once or twice. But I have never had a corporate change where the person who was actually going to be the new person never showed up. So it would not be, I don't.
Can I just see what he told us?
So I have a high degree of confidence that if someone asks my staff, should I come, the answer will always be yes.
Right, and I don't know what was asked. Maybe he just kept saying, what else do I need to do? And basically what he needs, for a corporate change, I just want that information, so, but.
I mean, if they filed it, it's
Right,
in
that's
process.
what I mean. I don't think there's anything we can really do about it because it just is, it's a corporate change. I just don't know.
Well,
This is where I would
the one
start off
thing
to a
that-
not great start on a not good day.
The one thing I think that, I'm just trying to, this is.
The
right-
skips are on the back if you
so this
want
is right near 14th Street.
Right.
Is
I-
it 14th Street or is it?
No.
No, it's.
No, it's way
Bleecker.
down.
South, sorry.
I know what's
So
south.
sometimes when you put it
No,
in,
but he
it
can
bumps you
give
to
me
the
some
wrong
advice.
location.
No, I'm just
Exactly.
saying.
Okay, here we go. Oh, it's in this,
Right behind Caliente.
yeah, that's,
Oh, that's
It used to be a.
yeah.
I mean,
You
the
know,
funny thing is
this-
it says page 2 on it, that form, so I don't understand how.
this
Well,
stretch.
this is just what I
in
printed
this
out.
Stretch where we've,
Had issues.
yeah.
Yeah, there's been a bunch of enclosed sidewalk cafes, I think, there,
Well,
and,
that's on the corner with
Maybe.
Morton, is, that crazy. place.
let me just see what he said.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
That's,
It was the Dragonfly for a long time, and then it became a very loud.
well, I just, frankly, while the stipulations are with the license, because they're still the same corporation,
Mhm.
I would just like to hear the new operator affirm to them and
That's-
understand them.
Right,
And
and
that's the main.
And
thing.
that's what I sort of said.
That's where the,
Definitely.
that's where the
That's what I
problems.
said was, is whoever is taking it over, are they aware of these stipulations? And he said yes, but without having that person here, how?
Well, can we send
them these and just ask them to
We
reaffirm.
don't have any contact
Okay.
information.
Well, no, we can have contact, I mean, we can send them to,
Send us a notice. They sent us a
yeah,
30
they sent us a notice, so we
Oh,
have
really?
contact information, so that's what I was trying to figure out, how do I solve that? So
But
that
I
would be a
think that's
way-
what we could do. I mean,
I mean, that's really, if he was here, that's all we
Is
would have
there a
asked.
problem?
are
All
you
you have to
ready?
just say is that normally the process is that the person who's taking on the
Okay.
business, the owner, the principal has to be here before we can.
well,
Well,
they've already
normally-
applied and this is a
right.
very quick process
right.
to do this, generally speaking.
You know what I'm gonna do, because this is what I
The
do
only
with
thing
the,
that holds them up is fingerprinting.
so here's what I normally do
You-
with a corporate change, is I normally, if the person who signed is remaining on the thing, I don't send new steps, it's just, right? But if the person who signed is leaving, I send new steps, so I will send the new steps and have the person who is taking them,
And if they don't
Sign
sign them, then we'll.
then we'll-
Deny, you email and we'll deny.
No, because it still is steps on the license, we want,
And it also says no sidewalk cafe, and this is one of the few enclosed.
No.
Yeah,
Well, they removed the enclosure, but they were in
Oh, I
violation
see.
for a long time.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's, it looked like. it.
You're a bad operator in that
Got it,
respect.
sorry.
That was confusing.
so,
Was that the same operator or no? That was a different operator. No, it was
no,
the
it's the
same.
same one, 2021. So. If
So,
you don't sign
Do
the
we
steps,
just want to, the reason I think you need to do this is because are they filing the correct form? Number one, is this actually a sale of the corporation? If
okay,
they don't have an attorney, you need to make sure it's actually what they're doing.
that's what he said they were doing, but.
Okay, I'm just, because it's unusual, because you assume all the problems, right? When you do it that way, as opposed to creating a new company. To just
Mhm.
just saying,
Right,
they may be
got
doing it, so that's one. And then that's two, that's why we're sending the new stipulations and signing it with the new name. Who's actually staying with the business is important, and then.
But Donna, didn't they say Bookman was a lawyer? Did you mention who the lawyer was, or did I miss it?
Max, yeah.
Yeah.
Did he say Max
I
was
thought he
his lawyer?
said
So
that.
Max is not listed, I don't believe. That, let me just check the 30-day notice, but I do not think, because it's not on our,
Doesn't seem consistent with what,
Max would,
that he would contact the office 3 times to find out what to do. If he is an attorney.
Exactly.
Saying, it's impossible, but it's probably not.
just give me 1 second.
He came with no paperwork. Right?
Again,
Right, no, he had none.
Yeah, no, it's just his signature on the 30-day notice.
No, not the new person?
Well, it's a 30-day notice.
Okay.
So it's the applicant is the corporation and there is, I'm just looking to see if there's any attorney on here and there's not any attorney on here. It's just him, so.
But you have the contact info for the new person?
I have contact info
Okay.
for the organization. So, and
it
I
doesn't
can,
have a representative's name in it.
right,
So what's unusual about this is that the signature that's on here is Alessandro Uva, who this person leaving.
right, and he's the one who came.
And it said, right, but it says I'm the applicant that's applying for the license. So I'm just saying I would just make sure that they're doing what they think they're doing. There's so much confusion around a corporate change. And if they don't have an attorney to just make sure that this is what they're actually filing, that it's not an incorporation. They may not be aware of that because they're trying to do this. You know, it's a confusing process. I'm just gonna say that. And then if they are, if this is what they're doing, then we should get stipulations. But
Okay.
it would be silly to send, because we would further perpetuate the.
Right. So
To
first they have
send
to
them
get an answer.
stipulations with another corporation's name on that, asking them to sign it with a new person's name.
If they're
'cause
not
we're
selling.
originating a form for them.
Right.
When we don't even have anything signed by the new person. Like, we haven't heard from this new person before,
Right.
so. Let's just make sure that this is,
Now, that he is selling, well,
that it's a proper.
that he
that
is
they're
selling the
doing-
business.
Right, I mean, he's not selling the business. The corporate change, they change in the principles.
Right.
Of the business. So
Right.
Selling the
Right.
business is a broad term.
Right,
It
so
could be
he's
that,
changing-
but it's not.
Changing shares.
Right, that's right. It's changing shares in the existing business, so they're assuming everything. You shares, it's.
Okay,
So what is the proper procedure for us to make sure that it's done
I'm
right?
gonna ask that question.
Well, we're just gonna ask them if that's what their intention is.
Well, I mean, what is our vote? Is it deny unless, or is it something else?
I would suggest that our vote is, one, we get the answer to this, and if it is indeed a corporate change, in other words, this person is taking over the business, this corporation, then I send the steps that we have. And have the new person sign them.
All right,
So
so that
first,
sounds like we are,
I just want to go to Mark's point, is that the office in general are very good at responding to people.
Right.
And so if they were asking the wrong questions, they would get the wrong answers.
Correct.
So. We just need to figure out, step one, what's happening, and if it's a corporate change, as it's suggested here. To sign new stipulations, I think it's fine, otherwise, I think they.
is
none of
there
these should
no
come back.
action, no action on our part
Yeah.
for voting until we get the answer?
Well, if we don't
Well-
get some clarity on it, we're giving a stamp on something, we don't even know what's happening.
I mean, we could vote that if it is a corporate change, we're okay with it as long as he signs the steps.
What did what they submitted to us?
Is this one piece of paper, this is it.
Right, which is not complete.
And it
It doesn't,
It doesn't have the other page on it that lists everything. Okay,
right,
so we
it
should
doesn't
get,
have any signatures.
we
It
should
doesn't-
get that
it's
other
just a
page.
piece of paper.
so we should get that other, we should get the
Right.
corporate change application filled out
In its entirety,
in its entirety. Okay,
just to,
okay. Okay,
and that's for everybody. If this is
Yeah.
not what they're intending to do, then let's get them on the right path, right? If it's not.
right,
Sort of acting like they're attorneys now.
okay.
So wait a minute, so we're all agreed to get the corporate change application in its entirety. If the corporate change application in its entirety lines up with what was presented to us tonight, is a deny unless?
And they will sign the same stipulations, so
Okay. And, sign.
I'll have to adjust the stipulations a little because it talks to pandemic-related temporary sidewalk closes at 11. And then it goes away afterwards, so we'll just say, you know, something about closing at 11, but they'll come back to us first.
Usually, I mean, and usually even in the corporate change, we ask for questionnaire, right? So.
Yeah, sometimes we do. Sometimes we get it, sometimes we don't. Depends on who the attorney is. Mr. Brooklyn, we don't get it. Okay, so
So it's a deny unless
if everything pans out,
all of those things happen.
right. And
Were
you
you
weren't
here?
No, Carter wasn't here. That's why I was kind of like, why am I this without?
So is everyone gonna do a deny unless with those?
Are we all okay with that?
I would be
5-0.
okay with that, yes.
Okay, I'll keep you guys posted, so
Thank you.
if anything is different, then, okay, so then the next one was, train design. And, Brian pushed them and they are going to be compliant as of tomorrow on their sidewalk.
I have reservations for a couple weeks from now outside.
We'll see if they.
Too cold.
Yeah, it's gonna be good, but no, I will turn around and say, right there is it really is a pretty perfect outdoor eating situation with that whole thing, and I will also say that I'm a little bit, they're losing a lot of seats. I mean, they're losing a whole row of very nice benches that I'm surprised they can't cut the one in half and at least get, you know, something. It's kind of a shame, but anyway. It's about time. I did say that they set the example in the neighborhood and they really need to come into compliance because nobody's gonna do the 12 feet. So are we denying less with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And their hours are whatever it said it was, 11 or 12. Yeah, okay, so we're 5-0 on that. The next one was Morande. You missed seeing, Mr. McNally.
What number was that?
E6.
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 So that is for, so that's for the open streets at Miranda. Now, what's interesting about that, Carter, again, too bad you weren't here for this one. They said, and I told them I'd follow up, so this was just for the open street seating. I read them the thing about not going past the midline. They said they're more than, they can move it to the other side. They're more than happy to move it to the other side because it's a lot better for their wait staff. DOT told them to put it on the other side. So.
Well, they can't.
I said SLA,
Yeah.
this is what SLA is, so if you want to serve alcohol there, this is what you need to do. So, you know, they're not gonna do it, I mean, it's closing, you know, it's ending for this year, but they'll do it all right next year and they'll have to work that out. So we deny unless
Yes.
on that?
Okay.
Okay, so then the next thing that came up, just to say this, and, is they said that the sidewalk that they have, because I did say you don't have an application for the sidewalk, and you said you need it. You knew that?
Where were you for that?
I got afterwards.
Is that the triangular?
The other day, and you didn't.
No, but as soon as you said that, I was like, that's in a diagonal.
Okay, so that's what
And
she
it's
said,
within their
and
property line. I
just.
remember that.
Okay,
for the
okay,
fact.
so she's, and they don't have to file anything then for that? No. Okay, so
And I
that's,
think it's on their license already.
that's what she said, and
Yeah.
I said I wasn't sure, and that I would let her know if it wasn't that case. She seemed pretty
There was some
clear.
question, there's something at some point, like, and I just remember we had addressed it at some point.
Okay.
Because they had to come for something.
Since it wasn't on what we were supposed to be hearing tonight, I just told her I'd get back to her and let her know if she needed to do something, so I'll just let her know that as far as we know, she doesn't need to. Deny less?
Yeah.
We're still 5-0. Okay, and then, the next one was the Levanto.
Yeah.
Did you come in on that one, Carter, or no?
This is
Yeah.
that old beauty salon on the corner. I feel like we've got another application for it.
That one was, it's not really a beauty salon, it was a nail place.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, it's
nails.
right, and we did get that one for that guy who had the Uptown Coffee
Yeah,
Shop that wanted to be open
yeah.
for 2 AM with the DJ and the outside and the roadbed and everything else. So, these people met with the Block Association, Kate Bostic sent the letter, Levant, Joseph.
Yeah, I came in on this.
Yeah, and so, and there's a nice letter from her in here that says all the reasons why they support it. They said they are not gonna do any outside now or in the future, they won't have more than 8 seats at the bar. It sounds like, I don't know that we need another Italian restaurant right across the street from, we got Don Andy and the other, but
This is the one where we were concerned about the people upstairs.
yeah.
On it, because somebody came and
A
complained
few
about the
people,
noise.
were very
Yeah.
concerned when they saw.
Did they ever build out the other place?
I don't think so, they papered it up and then I didn't see a lot of.
That's the only
activity.
thing, I mean, this is another just, putting in something that's operating later without. Did they address the soundproofing?
Okay, so maybe I'll just put something in there about soundproofing and I'll ask Kate if she.
Well, it's also important to ask them so that they can address it
Does it
before
with
they
the
finish.
people in the building.
No, before they finish building. Or if they're gonna do any work, because that's the only time you
Right.
can really
Do
do it properly.
12 private parties a year,
Okay.
and never will do any outside.
So we deny less on that?
Yes.
Sounds good.
And Carter, were you here enough for that one? Or not?
I wasn't sitting at the table, so. no.
Okay, so you're 5. Okay, then you can. Huh?
Great.
We got off through it. I thought I'd bang right through it, that I started with the corporate shades and then went right into the grande sidewalk, and I was like, damn, this day.
I know.
Okay, so then the next one is 50 merchants.
I still don't see, in the pictures that they gave us, I don't see how that door to the right is a service door. It's got, it looks like it has residential doorbells on it. I'm gonna have, well, you live on Barrow Street, Brian. Are you there?
No, it goes into the restaurant.
It does, even though it has that elaborate.
It goes into the restaurant. It used to be the main door, but it was.
No, I mean the
Which one are
other,
you-
this is not that, I've been in that.
But yeah, that definitely goes right in the restaurant.
But there were two doors.
They've had tables outside there for,
Really?
So.
I
I
never.
put it out on the table or two out there for a long.
Okay, well, as long as.
I
we-
just, if it's
At
tight to
one
the
time, we
building,
thought that the vent, that metal vent was something that needed clearance.
Right.
So we weren't sure about that, but it doesn't seem like that's one of those things.
I mean, I don't know, I mean,
We deny unless they're closing at
As long as
10.
I think it's not a residential door, sure. That's.
So we're 6-0. Okay. Moving right along to J.M. Williams.
That, yeah, 42, 44. Well.
Buvette.
Well, I think,
Three
should
tables.
we, I mean, they seem to be hearing the complaints about the lines at all the places. And by the end of by number 11, they were saying that they were going to do something about the lines, but you know, can we emphasize that they need to, if they're going to put in some sort of resi system, that they should have that for the vet too? Because we have a lot of complaints.
Conversation with Barb Pizzarello, we were talking about the line. And so I'm like annoyed, they're like, oh, well, we're hearing it.
This
And I
is
was like,
kind of how
I
they do
remember
it.
talking about that.
Yeah, this is her.
And
I
this
think,
like
yeah.
smartphone BS, but what? Like, sorry.
You get a lot of tourists and stuff, they're not gonna have full access.
Balthazar doesn't have lines. Tracy has, like, other restaurants figure it out. You are a standout problem in this regard. Like, it's not on us to figure out the solution. Go talk to the other restaurateurs. Keith's in the back.
Right.
No, so I have my issue with this one is if you look at the diagram, I think just had the two tops against the building, it's much significantly less intrusive. Now, is that what's supposed to happen? I don't know. But if we're talking about real solutions of people walking down the sidewalks, having the two tops against the building makes a lot more sense than having two tops
and one
sticking out, next to each other. Because that's the hardest thing to walk around. And if there's a line that makes it even.
I just don't like the operation. Like, I just don't think
that's
they're
like
taking
fair.
up so much space on the sidewalks that we fight tooth and nail for. And by the way, we fight people who pay for it.
Right.
Like, and then you want more? No, I'm like a no. We sat here and said this for an hour and they came up with no hard solution.
So
They have the
People,
road
they'll
there.
train people to do what?
I
Like,
agree
no
with you
things.
completely, but here's the issue, right? If we say no, then what? And then they say, oh, it's approved by DOT, and then what? Then what do we offer as a continuing conversation, right, of what's real? And I just say this because I've been in front of Liquor Authority with them on other places, Donna has been, and we
We
get
were
to
up there
this,
with Isodi, and she speaks
Yeah.
exactly, I'm just gonna say,
and then
the
everybody's
way-
like, oh my God,
the way
the
she
restaurants.
spoke tonight about, I get it, and so she presents very well, and she presented very well at Isodi, and we were asking for 10, and she got 10:30 in the rear yard.
Yeah.
And part of that is because she is,
But
Well, the
I
lawyer was
think
like, I'm
what you're
gonna talk about that.
suggesting
and come back.
actually is, maybe what you're suggesting was that we force the issue of some type of virtual reservation system and that they use it.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's unreasonable, because to say, no, we won't, brings up the issue that we're not saying which one to use something.
Yeah, do something.
And I think that that's a reasonable pathway through this to say that, because I think,
even if you say that, let me just ask one
because
question.
like you said, pick one.
Yeah.
If you're gonna use up the space outside, you know, and that's static, whereas a lot of what she was describing of other problems were things that move around, right? They're not,
If you use one of those systems, it doesn't mean you can't have a walk-in or something, you keep a table or.
You walk into a bunch of restaurants, you
Right.
walk
Yeah.
in and you put your name on and then you get a text, it's like you have 10 minutes to get here, fine. Or you create bar space where people can stand, but if you don't have that and you want to use tables, then you need a text system.
Well, I'm just saying, it's too close to the residential village, not
Do you
5
want-
feet.
but that's not something that they will, if it's been approved by DOT, the liquor authorities
It's
made it
not
very
gonna-
clear, they're not gonna be,
Denying it. I mean, if we say something about the line, that kind of thing, they might, they'll.
I mean, the lines is, I think that's, Donna, you'd pointed out to me when we'd spoken before, however many number of seats outside they have in the area, that the square footage of sidewalk seating that they take up is pretty significant in this immediate area.
So I
And
can
if
tell
you have a
you,
line for all 5 places,
There's-
to Erica's point, I think that, and these are all mostly in R zones where they couldn't have, or some of it's in R zone where you couldn't have sidewalk seating before. Now you can, but I think there is some responsibility that's shouldered by them,
They're-
given the number of people in line
they're,
on the
they're,
sidewalks.
they're adding, just to run through this, if my numbers are correct. They're adding 82 between their 6 spaces. Or let's just do the 5 spaces, let's leave commerce in out of it, because it's not, so within those spaces, they're adding 76 seats within 1.5 blocks. In total, between the 5 restaurants, they have 165 outdoor seats. For the ones on 7th Avenue, they have more seats
Outside.
So I think.
outside than inside.
So I think that as a part of this application individually, that if they use an online reservation system and then to justify it, put in those numbers and just say that imposition of lines on a destination dining spaces, and the majority of the destination dining locations in our community, especially when they're in residential neighborhoods, do work to have other types of reservation systems that are consistent with
Unique to
the.
this operation.
Yeah, no, it
which
is.
Which
It
are
is,
consistent with
aside
the
from the pizza
character of the neighborhood.
places.
Well, a part of it is because it seems as an egalitarian bent, there's also a financial bent that somebody is there ready to sit in a seat as soon as it is vacant.
Yeah, it's
So there's two
yeah.
ways, but the imposition of that is huge.
And maybe if they had one restaurant, you could get over it, but it's
Right,
like
no, it's
all of them.
It's all of them. That's why I was waiting till
Plus
the
the
end.
liquor store. I think that.
They're gonna go after that liquor.
No,
store.
they already have, that's all her products are in that.
That may be, but you can't.
No, I'm just saying that's that whole building, they've taken over that whole building.
But I'm just, they may.
Okay.
but you can't own a liquor store and own a restaurant.
Well,
I don't think so.
well, the products are all over the place. But anyway, the other thing I would just say about the buvette line, because now they're going to have the Isodi tables and the buvette line.
There's nowhere for
Well,
the
this is
buvette
why
line
we
to
just go to Erica's point, we say they have to use an online reservation
Yeah, I
system.
think that's
Have
another.
a section that you cross into all of them about all the other places that are in the area. And
Yeah.
use that as a reason, because if you use any individual restaurant as a standalone, it doesn't make as much sense. But once you put all those lines together and the restaurants right next to each other, I mean, that's what
It's overwhelming.
and they can work with each other, right? I mean, these are places that, as we were told, these are all, I mean,
They're close
you were
together.
perfect on bringing that up, because, the Via Carota, that extra space was supposed to be the waiting space,
Right.
and then they're gonna take everybody from the waiting space and walk over to the restaurant. And we said, wait a second, wait, the people are gonna take their drinks, they're gonna go from this waiting space,
Yes,
it's
we
not
did say
connected
that.
on the inside, and you're gonna walk outside, and you're gonna walk around and go back inside, and anyway,
If you
and
have
then.
the clear path, like, that has to suck for the residents, like, I don't live in that area, but like, if I went in my door every day and had to walk around the East Sodi line for people lining up
Right.
to get a thing every day. it's like,
Imagine
yeah.
if you lived next door to Prince Street Pizza, oh wait, You do.
At least they don't have carnival lights. They finally put up barriers at the bike lanes, people stop getting run over.
Donna, you might want to add to the total number of seats in all those restaurants that she has.
I had a hard time, the Via Carota space, I can't figure out if anybody else can help figure that out. It's like at least 68, but then she added in the next door, so I couldn't, because we denied that, I think, from what I was seeing, so I couldn't find any.
If you
the only
want,
rest-
I'll look up the questionnaire. about it.
Okay, all right, because I just not, I
But
wasn't.
I think it's important to make that argument altogether.
Yeah,
to
it's
all
sort
of
of a
them, And this
unified.
is the only way to do it, because
Yeah, I might need help.
if they don't agree to it, then they all go up there. And so you can have the conversation universally.
Right.
And say the
And it'll
only thing
be-
we want
Is some,
is
the block and a half.
coordinate so they don't have lines.
In
And
this
it's
block
not
and a half.
unreasonable for us to ask for that.
And we didn't even talk about the line on Bleecker Street that forms at 5 o'clock to get the walk-in tables for East Sodi. You know, like
You can only ask for.
I, no,
Talk about
but
it, so.
So, this was too much talking tonight. So I'm going to send the stipulations with the tables and chairs that they have, the way I normally send the stipulations, but add a stipulations that say that they must use.
That all patron waiting needs to be managed through some electronic reservation system where they can notify people so that there's not a.
Walk-ins
You
need to
know,
be notifications, not
Yeah.
wait for someone to get up.
And you know, if you, I mean, many restaurants used to use this, but if someone is a foreigner, doesn't have the smartphone turned on, which I don't know why they wouldn't. It's not that expensive to turn on that you get a little.
The clicker thing, you
handheld
can
thing
walk
that-
around
that
and
you-
beep if you're,
Yeah, but they can't go that far.
yeah, you can't go that far.
What they do, just no lines. It's
Right.
like, if we can stick to no lines, like.
So Erica, what did you say about the walk-ins? What do they do? How do I phrase that?
Well, how every other restaurant does it is you go and you're like, I don't have a reservation, and they're like, okay, it'll probably be 30 minutes, give me your number, and then you get a text, it's like a very common system.
Okay,
and it
yeah,
says
yeah.
You have 10 minutes,
Okay.
it's like, do you, you say
Right,
yes.
they
and
give you a
so you're
10-minute
still- yeah.
warning or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they, in that case, if they didn't have a phone to be reached at, the restaurateur could simply say, come back in about these many minutes and we should.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, I think that to Erica's point in the very beginning, I think that we're talking about an outlier situation.
Right, like,
That somebody's not able to be.
I mean, that there's not one person in the group of people that are not able to be contacted.
Exactly.
They always see small groups.
Right.
I'd like to make a general statement that applies to all of these as we've talked about,
Then we're
because
gonna put
a lot of what we are making
Mhm.
notes about will apply to each one because
Yeah,
they're very
yeah,
similar.
yeah.
And I do wanna, it came up in the meeting. Demanding compliance is not a form of punishing success. You know, just because they're so successful that they're out of compliance and we're requesting that they comply with the rules, that's not a punishment. And so I really am pushing back on that kind of paraphrasing. And in a case like this and many other times, but it certainly came to a head tonight. I wish that one of the options that we could have when somebody presents these kinds of problems is that we could ask for a month of compliance to show us that they can actually follow the rules like they say they're going to before we give an approval. But unfortunately, we're forced to say, well, they're showing us all the evidence of what they're going to do to comply, and that's what we have to vote on. Instead of, we've got a year of evidence
You don't
that you
have a
haven't
month even.
complied with the rules.
You don't have a month.
And
We don't have a month.
yeah,
I mean, they'll issue it without the steps, is what'll happen.
got it.
So I'd rather have the steps up because that's, I mean, we
Yes.
one of the applications that we were denying.
Yeah, we just need to find out right away if
Yeah.
they're gonna do it, and then they have to agree to it and tell us when they're gonna start. Right? Those are
Right.
the three things, so.
I would say so that utilize a text-based walk-in notification system to eliminate lining.
Yep. And I think you should, Donna, you should call Erica when you're writing this.
I will.
And she can,
I will.
because I think
I will get
actually
the exact-
provoking and getting.
The sidewalks are a CB2.
Yeah, but I think that getting on the same page of how we phrase things
Yeah.
is important, so it's
Yeah.
consistent.
So it should be
on
the
outdoor dining.
They were terrible
Yeah.
on my Leon Dior, I mean, they're
Oh.
a retailer, but now finally, they do a text, so you walk
Oh.
up and they say you're fourth in line, you'll get a text, be here in 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's good.
Panos,
They work.
Panos,
Yeah.
that's what's going
Panos
on.
is gone now.
Oh, he
Panos is gone?
Yeah.
Did he leave on his
Panos
own?
moved to Miami.
Do other things for them?
No, he's totally separate, he had a kid.
Woo. Okay, so we're denying us if they will agree to whatever that, Erica will talk. Whatever that wording is.
Yep.
Okay, so that's with that. Okay. So that will hold true also to commerce, all of them. Okay. So then number 9 is, I believe it's Isodi. Right, is that?
9 is
Is
yours,
that,
52.
is Isodi.
Yes.
So are we, same thing there?
Yeah.
And anything,
The next one, Donna would be 10.
okay, 10.
Where
And it's
does
yours too.
it 6 to 0? Where did Carter come in?
Six, I have him in as, he came in on 50 merchants.
Thank you.
And then 10
Then
is
Jody Williams
Piccolino.
as well.
Now, what about Via Carota,
Miscellaneous.
51
Oh,
Road?
Via Carota, sorry. Same thing,
Yeah.
Pretty much same.
okay. And then 11 is Piccolino.
And we do 52 merchants?
That's 52 merchants.
Oh, is that 11 or
That's
10?
52 Grove, and that's number 11.
Oh.
And 60, and then number 12 is Bar Piccolino, even though they all have the same
Yeah.
awning,
Yeah.
and that's 60.
But wait a minute, what now?
Those are all the roads.
Up Athena,
Which one?
7th Avenue South, number 11.
That's
Isn't
number
that-
12.
12 is, yeah.
No, I have a different.
Piccolino,
I
there's
have
two,
12
so here we go. Number 11 is Piccolino, which is 52 merchants. At
What?
52 Grove.
Right. That's what I have too. And 12 is MJ Execution LLC.
Okay,
I think, wait, maybe Katie's right.
I don't know, I have, so E14, 52 merchants, for 52 Grove. Okay,
Right.
E14. That's a denial left, right?
And then Bar Piccolino,
Then E11 of Casino, Bar Casino on 7th Avenue South.
Right.
That's different. Because that's the
That one
sidewalk
has-
that's illegally operated,
right,
right?
if you wanna make it different, it could be.
No, I mean, we had a different conversation there, I mean,
I mean, they have to, there's another one or two that they have to file a change in method of operation on, but this is the one that was called out
I mean, the goal
by the
here,
liquor authority, is to get them under control, because they're not gonna
Right.
well, the goal here, ultimately, across all of these, that'll make the
With the
biggest
line.
difference is the reservation system.
Right.
And so I think that our goal in all of these should be,
The
your
same.
problems, whatever, we're okay with this if they do reservation system across all of them.
yeah.
across all of them. That's the condition on all of them, is not to do the reservation for the one, but to do it across all of them.
Yeah. But we have to approve the change in the method of operation. Is it 2 approvals for E11 or? is it
Yeah,
one
for anything,
approval?
there's steps changing, and look, we don't get too technical, it's like if we're agreeing, just like everything meshes together into the same agreement going forward.
And
And that also goes to just if they use some other line management
Yeah, I mean, that's, right.
I mean, that's the biggest
Right.
improvement, right, across, if we do that. I think it reduces almost,
Yeah.
significantly the
Yeah.
issues.
I mean, ISODI, well, I'm not sure how the liquor authority is handling, but ISODI did have steps that said there was no outside aside from that rear yard.
Yes, I
And-
remember what you
And
said
I think
that.
there was one other one too, so,
Well,
but I don't care, I mean,
again, the trade-off of the line
right,
situation
no, I'm just saying,
is significant because that gives back space all over.
Yeah.
I'm just, my only point is just that I think there's more, if they have to follow change in method, then I think there's more than one that they have to follow. Okay, so that's takes care of all of them, it's all the
I just
reservation
wanted-
system for all of them, is, could any,
I want to make a little aside. People said, oh, how bad the other side of Seventh Avenue South is. That side of Seventh Avenue South is beset with DOB problems. I mean, that,
Buildings for sale, potential development, this Samba place that's got a building problems, right?
yeah, so it's not because we've held anything back on that side, but there are,
Or the landlord's house,
yeah. The bathroom around the corner, I mean, there's all kinds of crazy stuff.
Okay.
Okay, so does that bring us to?
Bring us to 12.
that brings us to,
Carter?
MJ execution.
yeah, MG execution.
Yeah.
And is there anything, there's no outdoor 12 times a year. They're installing additional soundproofing, they're gonna send a letter, no objection.
Yeah. They didn't talk to the block association. That is not so good.
That was a good.
Are we denying less on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Next one is Palermo at 2 Bank, 81 Greenwich.
15 parties a year. They're using a reservation system.
Wait, which one was that?
Palermo,
Oh.
2 Bank,
The new.
the
one,
new place that's,
They agreed to the address so that they wouldn't have the,
I think.
garage.
It sounds like a really nice addition there.
Yeah, I think,
That's
I
a
mean,
good space.
it's a good space for what they wanna do, I think it'll be
It's a
really nice and
significant-
different than what's there.
Yeah, well, there's just a significant amount of indoor seating
Mhm.
there. You need some pretty.
You need this.
people to-
It's still there, I think, or
I
it's
think
kind of
it's-
close.
I think it's a challenge to fill all the seats.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a huge space and it's got, the rent's not low.
Yeah.
And that's like the guy said, the way he phrased it, because I wasn't sure how they were doing it, there's truly 3 separate dining rooms. There's the front, the second one, and then downstairs, the fairly large downstairs.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big that is alone is a big restaurant. Okay, the next one is Carolwood Croft.
No road bed on that one.
Yeah, no road bed.
Strong approved.
Yeah, I think.
You happy about that?
So happy.
Carolwood, you're happy with?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Well,
so
if the
we're,
building's okay, I'm okay on that one. That was,
Gobble, it's there, it was terrible.
yeah,
Parties, the noise.
okay, so we're denying less on that, is there anything? They're gonna do 10 and 11.
Yeah.
I also
15.
looked up their restaurant in LA and it's like very chill, very restaurant.
That's good. 15 a year.
Not to be
Yeah, these
ageist,
was
but
good.
when I see young people, I'm like,
I know, they seem very.
I think the previous operator here went to the West
To
Coast, now,
West
but a new restaurant, so they're coming back.
Super Rich is the next one,
Yeah.
Chaga.
fine.
Super Rich. You got a 10 PM close on that one?
It's not changing, I mean, there was no reason for them to change their hours, it was 10, I mean, it was just 2023 that we did this and we did it in anticipation, so. The only reason I had them come really was because every time I've walked by a bunch of times looking at Bar Pity and was always so relieved to get to them because I'm just like, this is what it should be like.
Yeah.
And so when I saw the application, I was like, I don't understand what's going on with this, and the seats keep growing, so I just have to make sure I get the new plan, so we have something
Okay.
on file, and then we're denying us with that.
Yeah.
I just feel bad that they had to stay, as long as they had to stay for that,
Find your typos.
but that's, well, it's also the plan, that's the plan that was presented, and I
Yeah.
reached out to see if there was anything different, but I didn't. Okay, and then, so we're at Pyramid Effect on Seventh Avenue, Fellini, to add the sidewalk.
What number is that?
I think it's 17, but I don't, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously.
Are we denied?
Uh-huh.
I have been told so many times that I'm gonna do it right the next time, and I'm sorry. It's
So do I know what you're gonna say on the next one? By this guy.
for the pyramid effect,
The one,
Mr. Noriega,
For the what effect?
pyramid effect, the.
Fellini
Bellini.
on Seventh Avenue.
Yeah, I know what that is. I didn't hear what he said.
and then the one on 14th Street,
The same thing every time.
and
What are we
Jeffrey's giving
doing
him
now?
those tables?
No, the way this is worked, they're not giving anybody tables
know.
yet. What they're discussing putting possibly some kiosk type things or something there. And it would make sense if they had any food establishments there to partner with the food establishments there. There are no food establishments on 14th Street. I mean, God forbid they give one to Bagatelle that's opening across the street, but, so,
How can we imagine?
I don't
that
know.
there'd Be any proper operation of the outside, it wouldn't just be the same, well, I'll just do whatever I want, and then come back because I made so much money. And take whatever the fine is, because it's a small space, otherwise. It doesn't really lose either direction.
I'd be interested in hearing what Donna has to say.
Well, nobody's gonna wanna hear one of
Huh?
Why?
I mean, I will say if he was a good operator, it's the perfect fit. It's exactly what
Yeah.
we need on 14th Street. I mean, it really is exactly what we need on 14th Street there. It, you know, but can you trust him? To operate properly? And he hasn't operated.
And. Oh, every single one's up on.
And even, and you can't stip to no outside because he seems to not pay any attention to that either. So I don't see, I mean, I would kind of love to, if you could trust him with that, I'd love to say, okay, but the track record is pretty horrible. And if anybody, I mean, really, if anybody wants to watch the full board hearing, it was October 9th, and then he had to return on October 30th. And it's pretty astounding that this is what's going on Seventh Avenue after those two meetings in October.
I don't have any problem with giving anybody a chance.
No.
And we've done this many times, and but this is like, we, you know,
It's
you walk by and stuff,
Well, I'll just say, it's almost like we gave him the chance on Seventh Avenue, you know, to, once the whole thing happened last year, to kind of be better on Seventh Avenue and not, because I mean, I said something at the meeting, but I don't, you know.
There's a
But it's a
confusion on his part that somehow because everybody likes you, that it's okay to fulfill that need, but it's cascaded across all these problems that somehow there's some like populist operation, you know, is allowed to circumvent the rules.
Right.
There's a significant financial benefit.
Yeah.
To him.
Well, I
And
mean-
like you said, he's more than
Made up for what he was making with his 8 little seats in that road bed and barely any seats on site on Thompson Street, with having all those seats serving alcohol for over a year.
Why would
Seventh
we
Avenue.
expect something different on 14th Street?
I mean, for Baby Brasa, it's such a mess.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Can't catalog. stuff.
constantly,
Oh,
year after year.
Right.
I mean,
Okay.
I don't know of any other place that was packed up at TCA. I think there was one and I can't even remember it. But he cut the lock on one of them because he was having a party. It's
I mean, I think it's, yeah, I wasn't that, and just also when we were up at the SLA for his cause we went on Thompson and he was given a month to get it into shape and they could have believed that he still did not.
I mean, this is a no.
It's a no, okay. Anybody else know anybody else?
Well, he's still gonna be there anyway, so he has an opportunity to do it right.
That's right.
Without anything. I mean, this is
Yeah.
can he just do something right and then we move forward?
Then we can say something.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a permanent thing. I mean, he's obviously got a lot of grudges. But it's like, you gotta follow the rules starting.
At some point, yeah, I mean, he still like, right now, we can't move forward because he's messed up Seventh Avenue.
But he has grudges.
Bye. Okay, all right, thanks, Erica, I appreciate it. So we are adjourning this meeting. Thank you, everybody, for coming.
And did
Thank
we
you, guys.
Donna?
Deny 6-0, right, Erica?
Yes, good night.
Yes, good night.
But he has a grudge because for telling, because he's being forced to follow the rules?
Are we up? No, because you're telling him.
No. I'm just a little rhetorical.